No, just my soul.
Hello, everyone. Hello. How are you all? I hope you are doing well. I just realized that their fate points are not in the right position. That's okay. I'll fix it. I am troopersjp, and welcome to Tales of the Academic Foxhole presents City of Light and Shadow, episode 10. I am very excited to have all of you here who are watching us on the internet or on YouTube. Thank you for being here. This is a show about brave resistance members making choices, bold choices, and those choices have consequences. They are in occupied Paris in 1941, trying to do their best in the midst of occupation of fascism and collaboration, and trying to save people and make this a better space. And this is our campaign, and I want to sort of start off by saying thank you for being here. If you would like to support us, the labels are off. What do we have here? Oh, you're right. They are off. Thank you, by the way. I saw that. Our labels are off. I'm just going to fix that in the most dramatic way. Let's put...
Just grab us and move us.
Yeah, I'm just going to grab you and move you. I'm just going to do a little bit of grabbing and moving. And perfect.
Apparently I'm just me.
Good. We're there. So there are ways you can support us if you like. And the first and most important thing you can do to support us is be here. That's it. Be here. Watch the show with us either here or on YouTube or on the VODs. You can also retweet that we are live because we're live, and you can do the retweets. You can tell your friends. You can, send out secret messages in Morse code to let people know that we're live. I recommend it. You can follow us, of course. We have a Discord. I'm worried. We have a Discord that you can join and hang out and hear sort of discussions. And our Discord has a regular channel and also a secret channel that is full of spoilers and that the cast cannot read, in case you wanted to talk about things that they don't need to know about. You know, those things are all there. And we have a Patreon, which is at Academic Foxhole, and that goes to support our cast because they get tortured by me quite a lot, and I just feel like they should get paid. Yeah?
I have a question that is somewhat relevant.
I'm ready.
In terms of ways to help support this channel.
Yes.
Are your subscriber badges pastries?
They are donuts, yes.
I am obsessed with that. I just noticed that it is the cutest thing ever. Go subscribe to this channel because you get a donut next to you.
They are because...
Isn't that really just all you want in life? A donut?
That just made me so happy.
That's amazing.
Because this is the thing I think we all need to know, right? Donuts are delicious. And who does not want to have donuts in their life? And then if you subscribe, then you get donuts. But also if you subscribe, you also get to have access to one of my most favorite things, which is the no Brad emote. Because sometimes, no Brad, you just gotta, you just gotta
get out of here, Brad.
Get out of here. You don't get that.
Get out of here.
Yes.
With that Brad business.
What are you doing?
If it means anything, I definitely didn't think they were nipples. I definitely thought it was like a jelly pastry.
Which it is. It's a jelly pastry.
Okay.
There's like donut.
It's a donut. Yes. So like, okay.
Thank you.
See?
Thank you.
See? Plus, y'all, that
I'll never see donuts now.
I'm just saying, like,
yeah, I only saw donuts until that moment.
Until, but I also really don't. They don't look like that in real life, y'all.
I'm just saying that
anatomically speaking.
I'm just worried. I would be worried. And then some have sprinkles.
I have really sidetracked this intro. I apologize.
No, do not even apologize because
these pastries got me all excited.
Mm-hmm.
And if today's episode is
pastries so often do to us.
But speaking of pastries, as since we started, there is another thing.
How is this segue going to happen?
No. There's another thing you can do to support that does actually have to do with the channel itself, and that is we have channel points, which in this place, the Academic Foxhole, are extra credits because as a professor, I like to give extra credits. That's what I do. And I know what I was doing. So for us, what you can do is you can support you can support our resistance members. And there are two different things you can do depending on there are three different things, but depending on the day, there are two different things. You can support by giving channel points to Vive la Resistance, which is when London goes to support our agents, and that will give them fate points because I don't give them that many fate points and they might need them. But you can also support our communists who might need it. For reasons, and that would be a Vive la Revolution. You have a max of 4 for our team, and then 2 for our communists. And I'm going to do our official pulling over the support that we got. So, and I should also say, if you want to give tips or bits which help support paying the cast, I will read out your message that you have given us at the intermission and at the end. So those are things that I will do. And now for our official, I would like to thank, and also Cast, you really should thank because you may need it for today. I would like to thank our mod Rissa for 1 bit of support to Bricktop's Brigade, who are our resistance members. Also Ice Bunny, hey Ice Bunny, for another bit of support to our resistance members. Also, Hescape. Hey, Hescape, thank you very much to support for our resistance members. And then also, Krellin has supported our resistance members. Thank you, Krellin. Thank you kindly. And we also have from Rissa and also Krellin 2 bits of 2 fate points for our communist cell, bringing them up to a total of 5 because they,
Yo, what's gonna happen to all those tokens when I frame them?
That's a good question.
Okay.
They might need them to try to help them get...
Get it right.
Get it right. Also, I'm going to just do a little bit of admin because we're going to walk into it. And I just want you all as the audience to know what you're looking at right now. This is our playmat, and I've added some things for you that you as the audience might find interesting. So what we have here on the screen, where you can see my cursor, is how much physical and mental stress our characters can take. The little X's mean, that's full right now. And you can notice that, say, for example, Sylvie has 2 of her 3 mental stress all full up right now. She's a little stressed. And then what I just added for y'all, because I thought you might find this interesting until I can put character sheets up somewhere on the internet, the 2 and the 4 and the 6 represent their consequence slots. And if you cannot soak damage, they call it shifts, in either your stress or your consequences, you get taken out, which could mean death or exile or unconsciousness or your bar being burned down. It could mean any number of things, really. And Sylvie, just as an example, right now has all 3 of her consequence slots all full for reasons that she might talk about.
Interestingly, I noticed that Oscars are all completely open.
That's true, they are.
Open.
That's true.
So much damage he could be soaking. That's fascinating to me.
It's interesting,
just because Trooper loves Oscar more than he loves everyone else.
The truth comes
He's the new kid.
He's the new kid. I don't think that Oscar had the best time on his solo episode, but I
heard the same thing. I heard it through the grapevine.
Just gonna say, but I do want to share that
he went on vacation and you took care of him.
Well, he did go on vacation,
but I feel like he earned it. He earned that vacation.
So also this group, they call themselves the Bricktops Brigade, and Bricktops also has consequence slots, one of which is currently full. And that consequence slot is Bricktops paying outrageous protection to organized crime. So that's just sitting there, so you know it. I want you to be aware. That's some excitement.
I'm not going to mention that we're also, we'll get into that.
Yeah. And I think, was there anything else I really wanted to let you all know before we started? Probably not.
Did we have any shift in the factions? Did I miss that?
Oh, actually, I did have some things that I wanted to tell you.
Saw that.
So, yes, a couple of things. As with every session, players can. So Fate is an interesting game. Is that one of the core things about Fate that really is like the center of Fate are aspects, and those aspects are little phrases that are true about the world. If you are burly, then that is a true thing about you. And people have aspects. For example, Sylvie has an aspect that she has a hard time holding her tongue, and she often mouths off at people, which is a trouble aspect, which can get her into trouble, for example. But also organizations have aspects, and scenes have aspects, and the world has aspects. And I just thought I'd let you all know and everyone can update every session, and there has been some updates to the world aspects, and I just thought I'd let you all know what they are. So first off, everyone has an agenda is still the same. Eyes and ears everywhere, that's there. The current issue used to be like escalation of violence. It is now assassins everywhere. Some people have been assassinating people, and people are noting it in a more serious way than they had been before. You have an impending issue, which is paying the piper.
Who's the piper?
That's a good question. All I know is that you all are members of...
Are gonna have to pay the piper? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
You might. I'm just saying it's impending. I'm just saying that you all are secret agents for German intelligence. You have a lot of people who you all theoretically work for, and sooner or later they're all gonna want their stuff. I'm just noting that one. And you have your regular weekly faction threat empty bellies because nobody has food at this point in time. But also, I thought I would share, because you might find this interesting, there have been some shifts in our factions. Our factions themselves are... There's been some movement, shall we say. This is our... there we go. This is our oppositional pyramid, and at the top, of course, is the military administration in France. The German embassy has risen up in influence recently, which is like basically the State Department. The La Font gang, you can now see at level 2, they're new people on the scene. They are criminals, let's call them that. And Sylvie knows them. And Tango might be able to find out more about them.
Oh, I see them.
Oh, yeah. And then on level 1, thank you, yes. The Paris Police Department used to be at level 2. They are now at level 1 and not doing particularly well. All their stress is all full up, and they are not happy people, is what I'm trying to tell you. So they have dropped down. The military intelligence used to be a level 3 group, but they are no longer a level 3 group. They have also dropped down. They're not doing particularly well. But I will also note that there are currently some aspects on our... Coldrake, I will not forget the player introductions. There are some aspects on those factions that you all can exploit. The military intelligence has an aspect on them saying the new chief is getting his bearings, which you have a free invoke on that one. The police has got a major consequence, which is that their chief was assassinated. When you have free invoke on that one, they have taken a faction action on themselves to build up. They're trying to sort of deal with the fact that their police chief was assassinated and they've got a brand new one. They're not in a good space, so they've been trying to sort of make some advantages for themselves so that they can maybe a 6 consequence is really hard to beat, and they are at a level 1 level, so it's trying to regroup from that is going to be a little bit hard for them, and so they're trying to build themselves up so they can maybe, not be in as bad a situation as the French police department currently is. That's where they're at. And that, I believe, is all of our basically our enemy faction business. And I don't think there's anything else I need to tell you before we start, except that I would like you all to introduce yourselves. And I would like you to introduce yourself in the following way, if you do not mind. Who you are playing, and I would like to have you answer a question for me. because I like to take notes on these things. My question to you all would be to answer in this moment. How, historically, has your character reacted to loss? And how do you think your character may react to loss in the future, considering where they are at now? So I'm thinking about how you reacted to loss 10 years ago, like as a younger person, and then how that might have changed now. Let's start with the last person we saw on screen, who is, as we know, not doing particularly well in terms of stress and consequences. Rockhead Fox.
What?
Yes.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. I'm Rocket Fox, and I'm around, and I'm so sad. I am playing Sylvie, and she's not in a good way, but I like to think that she did the Lord's work last week. And, you know, sometimes when you run an establishment, you have to clean up messes. You have to try to clean up messes, and sometimes you try, but the world is against you. And no matter what you do, all the pieces come tumbling down. And that's just what happens. But anyway, you know, and she's also a jazz singer who speaks what's on her mind, which may be something that's going to be happening soon. So I would say that Sylvie historically dealt with loss in the way of a lot of drinking and partying and things of that nature. As we discovered last time, she dealt with a major trauma by leaving the country.
She's a runner, it seems.
She's a runner. Which, you know, and also having been taken care of by, well, I guess as everyone knows now, her former longtime partner, Charlie.
Yeah.
But yeah, at this point in time where she is, I think she tends to just kind of smile and pretend like, you know, things are fine and get through it. But I think we saw a little bit of her dealing with it when she had the moment with Tango before, like talking about stuff with Dimitri. I think that was her trying to deal with loss in a more open way. So
I'm going to just put down that you talked to Tango. I hope nothing happens to him. Speaking of Tango, because then what would you do if the person you talk to and you have lost, if you lost them? That would be awful. Hey,
you know, who's to say? This world is confusing.
No tangos last forever.
Oh, speaking of tangos, Stiver, why don't you introduce yourself? Tell us who you're playing, and then tell me, how did Tango deal with loss, and how does Tango think he'll deal with loss now?
My name is James Stiver. Hello, nice to meet you, everybody. I play Tango. He is this this brash American who's come into this situation and has gone through a lot of changes emotionally, you know, like which will go into the question. So I want to say that.
Wait,
10 years ago,
give us a little bit more of his background for anybody who might be tuning in today for the first time.
Oh, anybody who might be tuning in for the first time. Tango's background is that he's a bit of a thief. He's a bit of a businessman thief. He's a bit like I want to say like a
con man.
A con man.
Yeah.
Thank you, con man. That's exactly what he is. And I don't know why I've never said that before, or maybe I have and just forgot about it. But thank you, Dot. That was the perfect way to describe Tango. He is a con man. So as a con man, that's what he's actually been trying to do. He's trying to con the Nazis out of their Nazism. And that's been not working so well. So here we are. Anyways, Loss with Tango. 10 years ago, I firmly believe that Tango, I believe that Tango has a, you know, some people make a lot of friends and don't really connect with, or they make individual friends
Yeah.
they connect really well with,
Yeah.
right? I mean, there's some people who can do kind of in between, but for most part, there's two kinds of people who make friends like that, right? Tango in the past was somebody who made individualism friends. And I think that those friends were very, I think that they were very special to him, and each loss probably hurt him very, like, you know, like took him to places, you know, like hurt him deeply, those kind of things. And I think that then take a 10-year gap, he turned into that person who just had surface layer friends everywhere. There's blinders on. And I think that I think that at this very moment, he's caught in between those two, where he thinks, there's a lot of death going on around him, and there's a lot of reasons to not be attached, but he's turned back into that Tango of 10 years ago. So I would say that not that he's changed back to that, I don't know, more
deeper,
innocent Tango.
So that means, so what I'm hearing is that loss is going to hit you really hard if you had some.
If it's the individualized friends that he's made, then yes.
Interesting. Okay.
But I think that the surface layer friends, or the people he kind of knows, he's just going to put blinders on and just move forward.
Speaking of just putting blinders on and moving forward, you know, just like moving forward and not dealing with things, I'm interested in Regina, and perhaps Regina's player. Dot, who are you? Tell us who you're playing, and then I'd be really interested for no particular reason.
I feel called out
For no particular reason.
I'm Dot. You can find me as Little Red Dot everywhere. Just do the click clack on your keyboard. You'll find me. I am playing Regina, one of two resident Germans in our little posse here in France. She's a special cookie. She means well, and she's not scared of getting her hands dirty. But the more time she spends around people, the harder it gets to do her job.
Yeah.
Which says a lot about how she's dealt with loss, from the very beginnings with the loss of her mother, and then all the way to, like, I don't know, finding out that your first love of your life is a book burning Nazi, or that your father makes chemical gas to kill people, or the fact that your book burning girlfriend is okay with you marrying the German officer that is set up for you. So Regina's dealt with a lot of loss from both her personal identity, her autonomy, and the people that really mattered to her. So she kind of did a thing, which is like, you don't ever deal with your grief, and then she ran from it on her wedding day. That is what happened. That's how she kind of got here. She is loss fueled. Regina is loss fueled. Yes, that's a really great way to put it. So I don't think she does deal with loss. She just moves on. There's a disconnect.
Has it changed at all in the last 10 years?
Not yet, right? Because she's not really had, she's not actually had anything to care about. Loss only matters when you care about something. And I think for Regina, that's why she's never really attached herself to people, because if I don't care, I can't lose it. There's a safety net there. And so I think she's, well, all y'all can take that for what it is. She's a little messed up, and she probably needs people more than anything. Like, we were talking about this right before the show, right? Currently, her only condition, no, it's not a condition, consequence, is sympathy. And Trooper was like, make sure to clear those consequences. And I was like, do we want Regina to clear that consequence? Like, do we want that? It's almost like the thing she really needs is actually the thing that's holding her back. And it's like a weird place that she's in. So she's a smidge tired and overworked and a bit stressed. And now she's having feelings. And that is all fueled by an extensive laundry list of loss.
Yeah. Ooh. So I'm also hearing that at this moment it seems like she's not yet had the new loss to prompt the question, how do you deal with it now? But it looks like she could, huh? Just looks like there are some things that she might care about that would be terrible if they got lost. Interesting. Not at all to be, to make you nervous. That's all I'm doing really, is just trying to make you nervous. Speaking of people who are nervous, I have been told that Greg is super nervous about today's episode because people keep saying they want to talk to him. Greg.
Whoa, why would anyone talking to anyone make anybody else nervous? That's silly talk. I don't know why that would make anybody nervous.
Greg, who are you? Who are you playing? And then tell us something about how Oscar dealt with loss maybe about 10 years ago and how he thinks he might deal with loss now.
Hi, Trooper. I'm
Hi.
Greg. Grim, cool as a cucumber jack. I have no concerns or worries about this episode. I am ready to sit back and have the equivalent of either a Parisian shopping episode or, if fate holds out, a beach episode. I think we've deserved it.
Just a montage of us going shopping in the middle of occupied France.
Can we please have that episode?
Oh,
I
man.
That would be
that'd take 4 hours.
amazing.
Hey, if you want to go shopping, you can. You all have way more money than a bunch of other people do, mysteriously, and also black market connections. You can go shopping as much as you want. I'm not going to stop you.
Let's see, how would, other than shopping in a beach episode, how would Oscar deal with stress 10 years ago?
Who is Oscar?
Oh, Oscar, I'm sorry. Oscar is ex-German military, currently a member of the resistance. And before all of that, he was an actor.
Yeah.
Where the stage was his home. But now, of course, how would he deal with things 10 years ago? And how would he deal with stress today?
Yeah.
I'm going to same answer for both, different set of circumstances for the act. 10 years ago, dancing. Right now, dancing. Back then, dancing because he had to keep everything inside calm, perfect exterior. So 10 years ago, dancing to Elton John, and now dancing to Rage Against the Machine.
It's the difference between I like to dance and I have to dance.
Yes.
Gotta dance.
I gotta dance. And I am troopersjp, and I am the GM, which, in this for the madness, I am the one causing them all the trouble. Although honestly, I feel like that's not really fair. I feel like they make their trouble themselves. That's what I feel like. That's what I feel like. Speaking of making trouble themselves, why don't we begin? We begin the 26th of July, Saturday. Some people have been quite busy. Rissa's like, AKA the sadist in charge. I was trying to, here's the thing. This is what was going on. I said GM and I was like, GM, can I make an S&M BDSM thing master? But I was like, I should have said DM, then I'd be the dungeon master, and then it would have worked. But I said GM, so now it doesn't work. And I was trying to, I couldn't do it, so I just let it go. But now I let you know the process. But Saturday, July the 26th, 1941, some of our heroes have been somewhat busy and are not necessarily to be found at the moment. As we speak, it is a 5-hour ride from Paris to another place in France. And as we speak, Oscar is traveling from Paris. He's getting out of Paris this Saturday to head his way outside, sort of lay low. And so as we speak, our Oscar is traveling the roads, smaller roads to be perhaps less seen, on his way south into Vichy, France. And at this moment, as we speak, it's sort of early Saturday. Sylvie's being woken up by Charlie. Charlie Sylvie's in the bedroom sleeping, and it's early morning, and not as early as Regina's going to wake up. I know that for certain. But Charlie, who was making breakfast, knocked on the door, she had slept on the couch that night, to let Sylvie know that there was something important happening, something very important. And that was probably around 8:30 this morning, which leaves us two other people to wonder, what are they up to this early in the morning? And considering when people wake up and when they don't, I know the first person we should talk to is Regina, because I know she wakes up earlier than Tango. Regina, Saturday morning. If you recall, the night before was somewhat eventful. Your handler from...
I'm beginning to actually think he's not really a handler at all. I feel like he needs a handler.
He's actually a courier, is what he is. He's not actually your handler, because you usually get your messages technically from London itself.
Right.
He's your liaison. He's basically a liaison and courier, is what he is.
He's a Falstaff right now.
That's what he is. Your liaison and courier is in the basement of the club, recovering from being given a potentially deadly dose of phenobarbital and alcohol. And that was a lot. And Regina went back to her dungeon basement with Dr. Hannah Roth, who is her gal pal. And the gents, Oscar and Luke, have been given permission to stay, but they were not home, and our two ladies basically spooned in one of the large barrels and went to sleep. And so it is the morning, and I imagine Regina wakes up quite early. Tell me, when does she wake up, and what is the first thing that she does?
Cold shower, bread, water.
What time?
I mean, I don't know. It would be as the sun's coming up or before, probably. I would think.
You're in a basement, though.
It's true. And we would have an alarm clock.
Yeah.
Regina would have a clock of
totally.
some kind.
Yeah.
So she would set it for before sunup, so that she can at least hit the streets before she has to be there before the Nazis are, at least to get the radio broadcast out.
Sun gets, on this day, historically, the sun rises at 7 a.m. today.
Oh, okay. So then she's probably up by 6.
Mm-hmm.
Gathers her stuff, preps the radio, because she has got to get this broadcast out to them. She has got to tell them they are going dark.
Mm-hmm.
And considering the fact that she's opened this place up to a lot of people, it's rather barren. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
Like they didn't come home last night?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, Luke is not a complete surprise. Like, he could have gone home.
Yeah.
But Oscar, okay. Who does? Okay, so Regina's just like, okay, nobody came back. If they don't show up for work is when I get nervous. And so she covers up Hannah. And then she leaves with the radio.
Mm-hmm. Tell me where you go.
All right, where are we going today?
As you walk through the early morning city, beautiful, empty sort of Paris, you notice empty streets. You also notice sort of graffiti on the walls. V's are being sort of painted on the walls, V's for victory, in little streets here or there. You notice a little bit more. And you notice as you're walking, something hits your foot. A piece of paper sort of like flutters and hits your foot. And if you look, there are little bits of paper. You're on you're on a bit of a side street, and there are little bits of paper. Actually, quite a bit of them. It's the streets are actually usually quite clean. Keep everything kind of clean right now, but you notice a bunch of these little pieces of paper floating around the street.
Snatch one out of the air and flip it over. What is it?
It is like a little poster. I mean, it's regular.
Flyer.
It's a little flyer, and the flyer has got this drawing on it of a radio tower, and it says Radio Paris. And you can see the little lightning bolts of like the broadcast coming out, but the lightning bolts are dripping with blood. And there's a sort of a picture of one of the main DJs there, and he has got kind of like a skull face overlaid on his face. And these flyers say, Radio Paris lies to you. You know, do not trust what you hear on the airwaves. And so there's this a lot of sort of like all these flyers that are...
How many?
Right around where you're at, they're like 15 on the ground.
I'll pick every one of them up.
And you can tell that from the bottom of the flash, like the first is this really sort of graphic image, right, of like blood and then like you've got at the bottom, you've got like French people. They look like working class French people who are sort of suffering under the weight of this particular kind of propaganda.
Yeah, I collect everyone that I can get my hands on. I don't want them on the street when people wake up.
And it looks to you, you can see in the sort of bottom, just the language. You know the language quite well. This is very clearly communist propaganda, right? This is coming from the communists. You can see that they've got like there's a little like it's quiet in the corner, but like in the corner of the flyer where you've got the sort of the people themselves suffering, there is a woman who's standing and she's sort of blocking some of these sort of workers from the effects of the thing, and you can like she's stylized, of course, but she does have a hammer and sickle on her lapel of this sort of coat that she's wearing, and she herself is sort of protecting the people from.
Interesting.
From
Regina, kind of taking it all in. She whispers under her breath, "Mother Courage," and then pieces it together.
Yeah.
What do I know if Radio Paris is actually has been taken over by German force? Are they feeding propaganda through it? Is that the...
Well, taken over by the Germans? I mean, they're all French people, but the French are big old collaborators. They're like, it's like every day it's propaganda every day. Propaganda and also pleasant songs.
This is their fight against that propaganda.
Yeah.
Regina picks them up anyways. Actually, no, you know what? She after going through it and kind of piecing it together and figuring it out, she keeps one. She folds it up really, really tight and tucks it into, well, she probably doesn't wear a bra, into her pocket. And she kind of flutters the rest of them, like tosses them in the air for other people to find.
And they're fresh. They're fresh.
She only needs one for proof. Does it have the label of the printing house?
It does not. Isn't that interesting? There's no indication of where it was printed, but it looks fresh. And it looks to you like well, I don't know if you would know.
Is that something I could roll for?
Give me academics, I would say.
They are, yeah. They can continue to
or
be loud.
or artisan, one of the two. You get different information depending.
I have academics.
Yeah.
Okay.
You just get different information depending on what skill you'd be using.
Y'all, I'm gonna have to let my cat out. She's gonna keep yelling at us.
That's fine.
1 second. Stop yelling. Okay.
This break brought to you by Cats Yelling.
She was like, "Open the door!" I was like, I'm sorry, I'm busy. Okay, so a 1. That's not terribly great, but not really worth a fate point.
Yeah.
I feel like a success for something that Regina doesn't really know a lot about. She knows about photography, but not really press, you know?
So since that is a fail using the discover action, you have a choice. You can either ask me a question, which is a success at a major cost, or I get to ask you a question.
Oh. Well, ask away.
All right. This question is coming from our cell. Where does Regina sleep?
In the barrel.
Thank you. The communists now know that.
Oh, that we sleep in a barrel?
They know now where you sleep.
Oh, the physical location of the building.
The communists now know the physical location of where you sleep. That's what they're just wanting to see where their allies live. It's not threatening at all.
That's okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I may make a early morning stop before, knowing this now, I may make an early morning stop before. I had to check on our dear fucking Falstaff. Radio broadcast. Where am I going? It's all. Where is Paris Radio? Where's the tower?
The tower itself, it's in central Paris. So it's from where you're at. It's south of where you're at, right by the Seine itself. It's
I imagine that a tower of that kind would be great cover.
I mean, there'll be people there, and you might have to deal with their broadcast. So being too close to them is a little bit tricky because it might override your own signal.
Is there a way for Regina to be able to maybe do a little math or estimate how far out a broadcast of that is, and maybe be just on the outskirts, like pick a building on a roof just on the outskirts of it, where it doesn't necessarily interfere but could serve her purpose if she were to be found out? Like, it would be harder to trace her than, say, miles away from something of that size.
Yes, I would like a create advantage roll from you.
Okay.
And I think you could either use electronics if you're sort of thinking about sort of the technical of it, or you could use academics for your sort of knowing the city well. Either one will work.
6.
Okay.
The girl knows the radio.
You do. So this here is, well, my friend, this is, you create an advantage, which I will just give for you right over here. And this advantage is, we'll call this, and it has 2 free invokes, and we'll call this, you know the airwaves.
Okay. All right. And Regina's going to do what she always does. She goes to a rooftop. She sets up the camera. She uses the false trigger, right, and connects it to her brand new snazzy radio that's like sitting in a bag that you can't see. She does snap some, I mean, this is what she does. She does snap some pictures maybe at a distance of the radio tower. That could be useful information for London.
Yep.
To know that the radio tower is being used for German propaganda. So snap a few real pictures so that there's at least some kind of cover up if necessary. And then Regina starts clacking away to Ophelia, who I have not spoken with since.
Yes. And so let us begin. I would like you to roll your electronics. If you do not mind, that would be excellent.
A 4.
Okay. And I will, and as you begin to clack away, of course, as always, the detector vans are rolling the streets, trying to find anyone who might be broadcasting. That is what they do. And as they begin, they will do their roll to see if they can beat you. It's a tie. You need to get to 3 before they get to 3. What would you like to do?
So we would both get a success in this regard?
It'd be a tie. So basically something in a contest, the situation will change is what will happen. If with a tie, neither one of you gets a success for this one, and something will upset the situation.
Oh, I see, because nobody won it. How many do we have as a group?
6, and you have 2 free invokes on your you know the airwaves.
Oh, okay. So I could use the free invoke on this and move it to 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that.
All All right. As they move closer and closer, trying to sort of figure out where these signals are coming from, they're not quite certain. They can't quite get a hold of you yet, but they are still looking. They're still looking. Go again. It's been about 10 minutes now.
Okay.
At this moment.
Do you want me to tell you what I send, or do you want to wait till the end?
I want to wait until the second to last one.
Okay. Okay, y'all. Everybody at home, keep your fingies crossed. Keep your fingies crossed. That wasn't good. Okay, that is worth using. Yeah.
Sorry, I got a 6 on you there.
Okay.
So I'm beating you by 3. The vans start hearing something in the static, and they start moving. Would you like to spend some fate points?
They start hearing something in the static, and they start moving.
They are like, oh, we think we hear some Morse code. And they start moving closer.
Okay. It's time for Regina to up the ante.
Here's my question. Would you like to spend some fate points on that one? You don't have to, but they beat you by 3, which is success with style.
That would be their success, yeah.
They get 2. They get 2 successes off that one.
Okay.
It's up to you.
All right. I'm just trying to figure out what I would use. So I could use the next free invoke, taking it to 5, and then I could spend my fate point, and I could use probably my free aspect, which is sees all the angles. And what I'm gonna say. So let's do that. Okay, so let's start there. So Regina uses. I just gotta get this broadcast out.
Yep.
Okay. So that puts me 1 ahead of them.
Yep.
And she actually goes on the move. The great thing about a camera is I just look like I'm taking pictures. So Regina, with a light radio, is in her bag. She can put it on her, which she couldn't really do before.
Now you're going to have to roll up your entire antenna because it's like a It's like a long wire. Yeah,
and I imagine like some of it comes out, maybe wraps around the camera, like it looks like kind of camera tech. And she kind of goes on the move, and she comes off the rooftop. She knows what happens the last time she got caught on a rooftop, and she kind of begins walking. She's really close to getting this out. It's early enough, maybe where she doesn't have to fight too many people. She just needs to get this out. So she goes on foot, which is interesting. She's never been able to do that before.
Now, you're not going to be able to get reception on foot because your antenna won't be out. You're going to have to get to
I got to find another
spot. Yeah.
So I'll just move to maybe a few blocks from where I was. So if they are pinning on a location, I'm not there anymore.
And you see a van drive past you as you sort of move to a slightly different building and reset yourself up again.
Yeah, and I break the antenna out really fast. And I'm okay. Gotta finish. Where was I? Okay, a 4.
As you are setting up, are you on a roof again?
I don't know that I've had time to climb another roof at this point.
Okay, so where are you?
What kind of buildings are in this area? What is this area like? Is it densely populated? You said it's
Paris is pretty dense, but there are these wide boulevards and a lot of these sort of like 6-story buildings, some smaller ones, and you've got like a lot of businesses on bottom floors and then sort of residential up top, and then you've got some like sometimes you'll have like clubs, especially if you're gonna be hanging out still in Montmartre, so you've got like a lot of brothels.
Maybe like a fire escape. Like a fire escape down an alleyway or something, so she's got some height, but she's not as visible maybe as she would be on the top of a building.
I am going to roll mine, and then I'm going to ask you a question. So I have a 3, which misses you by 1. Hey, would you like a fate point?
Would I like a fate point?
I'll give you one if you'd like one. By the way,
why?
I'm going to spend one of my fate points to bring that up to a 5 because there are eyes and ears everywhere. So that I am beating you by 1. And
I was actually okay.
Please,
Well,
go
you
ahead.
first. You first. No, you first.
Would you like a fate point?
For what? What are you trying?
Soul of a killer. I think that it might be interesting if, as you're on this fire escape, pinging away, there is someone in an apartment by this fire escape and they see you. How would you feel about that?
I think I would ask, who are they? Is it a child? Is it an old person?
Well, it's morning, so I would say, because I want to make your life exceptionally exciting, that it would be like a man getting ready for work. Sort of like it looks like a French fellow getting ready for work in this apartment who would see you. And I feel like your soul of a killer would probably see him as a threat, is what I would say. A person who would probably turn you in. And I'll give you a fate point for it. That somebody who is...
See, I was thinking about making an aspect. Choosing to like fail the role and creating an aspect instead. If they're picking up on my broadcast, and Regina's had it in her head for a while to say set the communists up, and they've already started this heavy amount of propaganda around radio broadcasting and along with my actual message, which is the coded one. I would like to plant a false message and drop the term Mother Courage.
But what do you want to do about this guy in the apartment? Would you like a fate point for him to be there?
I can't decide if
It's up to you. It's up to you.
Okay, well, we know she can't seduce her way out of this.
You could also just give me a fate point, and he will not.
He goes away.
Well, he'll be there, but he will turn his eyes away and not be interested in you. But if you don't give him a fate point, he will be very interested in you in a way you don't want.
I just don't think her soul. I mean, she does have the soul of a killer. Okay, fine. I'll trade you. She's gonna do something about this guy, but she wants to plant the false information. So basically, I'll take the fate point
and
to
give it
use
back
it to build and give it back to you.
Okay, that is fair.
She turns when she notices him and tries really hard to kind of bat her eyelashes, and she like taps at the glass.
He looks at you. He sees you with this sort of like clicking away, and he has this look on his face of panic. And he bolts out his front door.
Oh, damn it.
By the way, you gave up your role, which means the people who are listening for you are closer now.
It's true. Here's what she does.
It's 2 to 2, by the way.
Great. He's gonna run out the front of his building, probably. Can I see that from my angle?
You're on the side. By the way, you have a new aspect for you, which is you have framed the communists a little bit. There's a little bit of a framing of the communists going on for you.
That this broadcast, if picked up, they think the communist is doing it and not us or London in any way. Because Regina knows at this point she's found out and she may have to deal with this other guy. Wonder what. Oh. Okay. Do I have to deal with him right now? Is that how this works? Okay.
I'm just saying
Great.
he's just a problem for you, and you can decide what you want to do with it. But he's just a problem for you because somebody saw you, and that person is a civilian.
So basically, what needs to happen is she needs to get the F out of here, and she does the same thing as before. She gathers her stuff and she moves. She leaves.
But
the
you need
fire
to make
escape.
one more roll to finish your broadcast.
I know, but I have to. Can I move locations to do it?
You can, but it's.
But they may hone in.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And you've got just one more.
Okay.
It's up to you.
Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, that was bad.
2.
I don't think I could make this roll. I should have just run. Why did you talk me into that, Trooper? I should have just done what my gut told me, which was pack my shit and go home.
I'm beating you by 3. You have 1 free invoke on the airwaves.
Okay, so I could take that and move it up to 4.
Mm-hmm. If they beat you, they find you. They're on their way, slowly, moving in towards you, hearing the broadcast, and you're hearing the beeps coming in from Ophelia in return. And you have just a little bit more message to get through there. At the moment, they're coming closer and closer.
All right, just give me a second. I'm thinking through this.
Mm-hmm. You're down by 1.
Well, I'm down by 1. Okay, sorry. I'm 5 steps ahead and I need to be focused in on this moment. Okay, so Regina is going to I don't think she has anything to Okay, I'm going to play
You're there on the fire escape.
Okay, I imagine that the vans are like on this block, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all Hoodoo runs out.
Mm-hmm.
Can I spend a fate point to have him stop the van?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Somebody, right?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I would like to use a group fate point to have him stop the van so she can finish the broadcast.
Mm-hmm. That is going to. By the way, I'm not actually going to charge you for that because that's also going to get you into trouble because he's going to stop the van to have them try to find you. So that will let you finish the broadcast before they find you because he's being stopped by them. But you don't have to pay for it.
That's good. Can I have my fate point back then?
Yes.
Oh no, I get it back because that's okay. Great.
Yeah. So
I can't decide if I'm self-sabotaging myself or am I making this worse or better? I don't know.
The
I feel like I'm rubbing
broadcast
salt in a wound.
goes out. You finish it, and as you finish it, you hear this man on the street shouting, right? That there's someone doing something. And the broadcast is out. You, however, are on a fire escape, and 3 detector vans
Are coming.
are here. And
Great.
they're
Okay.
looking for you.
I have a plan.
Mm-hmm.
I think I have a plan. Okay.
That said, I'm sorry. Hey, Tango. You wake up in the morning. It's a lovely, lovely time.
What's this new shirt I have
Sylvie
on
did
right
not
now?
come home last night.
I think that's been happening, hasn't it?
She did say that she was going to go and see Charlie, so you did know that, but you didn't know if she was going to stay overnight or not. But she did not come home last night.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm all doing like bed eagles, like or bed angels right now. It's like all right.
What time do you wake up?
Probably 10ish. 10ish, getting into the brunch time, you know.
Yeah.
So he's gonna walk up, and it's almost like that. If anyone's ever seen Austin Powers and all the intros to Austin Powers, there's like they're butt naked, but the junk is covered by something. Like that's what's happening with Tango in the movie moment of this. There's like the junk covered by everything. And he just is going to go ahead and make coffee in the nude.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And make it. He's going to turn on the radio and listen to a little bit of the news. It's the propaganda that's going on. He doesn't believe it, but it's like, it's nice to know what the enemy's trying to tell us. Yeah.
In that case, you're going to hear the same thing that Sylvie heard this morning. You'll have to give me one moment so that I can make sure that happens just right for you. You are sort of sitting there.
Yeah.
Let me go here because the audience doesn't hear that yet. Let me get to, where's my Zoom? Oh,
I'd like to call it nude mugging.
Nude, yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
And as you're making, can I just ask a quick question about that, actually, if you don't mind me asking?
About my nude mugging? Yeah,
No, about the coffee.
Oh, okay. All right.
You got...
it's dark, no cream, no sugar, just...
Is it the actual coffee that you were given from your resistance friends, or is it some of that fake, terrible coffee?
No, today is the good coffee day.
So as you sit there, you're here drinking your coffee. It is so pleasant. At this moment, Sylvie, I believe, is, it's about 10. She's at the police headquarters right now, doing whatever it is that she's doing. And Oscar's driving through the back roads. And you are sitting, having some nice coffee, and just, listening to the radio.
Just there. Yeah, it was the coffee cup.
Good morning, mademoiselle, madame, and monsieur. This is Radio Paris. We have important news today. The prefect of police, Francois Bard, was assassinated last night in his home, the home of his wife and child. He was assassinated, and we have currently, we are very happy to say that the wife and child are currently in the police headquarters, cooperating with the authorities to identify who it was who has done this. But we must say that these sorts of behavior are clearly the actions of those who are subversives and who do not support the France, Pétain, and the friendship between the Germans, our friends, and ourselves. In retaliation for this assassination, there will be rounded up this evening 100 French civilians, and they will be executed tonight. This sort of massacre would not happen if we just became more friends with the Germans, acting out, killing our own. There are some of you who may think that the resistance is your friend, that they only target the Germans. But last night they killed the chief of police, a good French patriot. They are killing you. And because of their behavior, we must all suffer. If anyone has any information about what happened and who did this, you must all come forward for the good of France. If you are a patriot, you will not sit by.
I'm going to go and turn off the radio. Sorry, I don't mean to stop you right there, but I'm just going to turn off the radio, and I'm just going to... And I'm going to go over to the window and open it up, even though I'm still naked, and just look out over the city. And I'm going to put on some jazz instead. I'm going to sip my coffee. I'm going to be like, I'm just going to say to myself, fuck them. Just fuck them, you know? I think that we're really getting to them now. I think we're really going to get to them.
Meanwhile,
I'm going to put some pants on.
Well, you don't have to if you don't want to. Meanwhile, Regina, there are 3 vans with soldiers in them.
This window, is it open? Into his apartment. Can I slide it open?
Yes, you can.
I grab all my stuff and I hop into his apartment. Slide it down. There's a trash chute in the hallway, yeah? Great. I like book it, I click it, I toss the radio bag and all the way down the trash chute. Then I run back to his apartment and I disrobe. I turn on his shower. I throw my clothes everywhere. I take my gun with me. And I go stand in the shower with the water on, naked as a jaybird. Gun. Well, I can't really hide it. I have it in my hand in the shower so you cannot see it.
You hear...
Oh, wait. The last thing that I do, naked as a jaybird, I can see him coming, I run over, the shower's going, I pull out of my pants pocket a flyer. I uncrinkle it, and I toss it out the window. And then I slide it shut, lock it, because what a dumbass, and then I go back to the shower. And I lock the door from the inside, because, well, no, he would have left it unlocked.
There is, you can hear slowly boots. You hear boots, and you hear them because they're in the hallways. And you hear knocking on doors, yelling, doors all up and down this apartment. There's also groups of soldiers outside in the hallways, in the alleyways. You hear somebody scream. You hear sort of like a lot of commotion as sort of platoons of soldiers are combing through this building and knocking things over, harassing people. And then you hear the door open, and the man is coming in with some soldiers.
Okay, yeah, I take my gun. I'm gonna hide it somewhere. Because I don't, obviously they're gonna pull my ass out the shower, and Regina knows it. So there's got to be a, no, they'll move the towel. Regina has just a moment to hide the gun in the pillow, in the bed. She runs, like, leaves the shower. It's now steamy. She slides it under the pillow for now, or like in the pillowcase. And she wraps a towel around herself as if she's like showering off.
And they come in, and it's clear that they were not looking for you. They were looking for the location. And they look surprised. He looks surprised, and he points to you and he goes, "Her! She's the one!" And they move forward.
I go, I don't understand what's going on. I'm like naked as can be. I'm gonna back up towards the bed. I go, he called me here. In French, he paid me.
There are 3 soldiers with guns in this room with you, and you can still hear more of them moving in and out of the hallway, sort of knocking on further doors. And they say, "Your papers."
Yes, of course.
As you're naked.
I'm still like, oh, maybe I'm gonna get precarious. This is distraction. Precarious distraction as I like bend over and I'll go to my pants where my papers would be, and I'll pass them over.
Are you trying to create an advantage for yourself right now with that? You're with your bending over.
Yes. I want them to think that I am harmless as a jaybird, that I could not possibly with that much skin showing, have been the person using a radio.
Deceive.
Yes.
That's
Great.
deceive.
Okay. Regina took points in this and hasn't been able to use them yet.
But it's your first. It's your first deceive. Okay.
4. And, hang on. Wait, I just want to... I'm creating a deceive advantage, yes?
If you make it, yes.
If I make it. Okay, so how does my stunt work here? Because I have one called Lies Upon Lies that I've not gotten to use yet.
You have to get them first. You have to deceive them first.
Okay, deceive them first. Okay,
Yeah.
so, okay.
This we'll say is like your first deceive, right? And there are 3 of them.
I'm shaking, my hand's shaking.
Which is going to give them a 3 for this. That's a 5. They're currently going to see through this with the way it's at, because they've got you by 1 at the moment. But you do have fate points.
Okay. I do. I just didn't want to use anymore. I'm sorry, guys.
I mean, you don't have to.
It's happening. I do have to.
Regina's
not going in but naked.
What's the justification?
Yeah. I'm gonna say
The soldiers see all.
Yeah, I mean, I see all the angles. That is like a really easy one. But I was gonna see if there was anything else I could play on, but I think that's the
sympathy, perhaps. Making yourself seem quite sympathetic in certain ways.
Regina starts to cry.
Yeah. This
Regina
is
never cries.
Yeah. I'm going to say this is not creating an advantage. This is just a good overcome to deceive them, which means they're now you're set up for the next time for your stunt.
So, now I'm set up for the stunt to be able to use it to
create
plus
an
2 to create a deceive advantage against someone. So this roll,
right.
I can.
So the first thing you just need to deceive them, and now every single time afterwards, you've got your bonus. So they see you crying, and they're like, "Oh," and he's like, "She's the one with the radio. It was her." And
I don't understand.
And these 3 guards with guns, see you. You're crying. Your hair's all limp.
I'm wet.
You're wet. Yeah. And they don't quite know what to do. And they turn, and the one who's these are all fairly young people. They're not that these guards are not particularly old. And one sort of just turns to the fellow and goes, "What is this? What is going on here?" And he goes, "She was a radio."
I was in the shower and he just ran out.
Why would I do that? That makes no sense at all. And the guards are like, I want to see everyone's papers. And so they start looking for papers. And they look at his papers, and they're studying his papers. They come to look at your papers. They're going to roll to check out to see if your papers are legit. I'm going to need a deceive.
Okay, another deceive. But now I get my plus 2.
If you're going to create an advantage, this is just an overcome because they're just talking to you. So you need to be like, let me do a thing, and then you'll get a plus 2 on it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll say he got mad at he got mad. I met him last night at a bar. He didn't pay up.
They say.
Dang it!
That's a 3, right? Because you've got your.
Okay,
that's
right.
Because you've got your stunt.
Because it comes at the end.
Yes, because you're trying to create advantage here, right?
Oh yes, please.
Yeah, right. So that's a 3 versus their empathy, which is not. It's not great.
Come on, please. Okay.
So you create an advantage with 2 free invokes. And I believe we can call this advantage, shall we call it known lady of the evening?
Oh, God. I was going to call it damsel in distress, but that's much worse for Regina.
So they're looking at you with a bit of like, And they turn to him and they say, "Is this true? That you hired this woman and you did not pay her?" And he's like, "No." No, she had the radio and she was broadcasting in the fire escape, and she was clearly some sort of resistance, and I don't want to be killed, and you should look at her. She's the one. She did this.
She goes, "Go then, check the fire escape. I don't know what you're talking about." Because there's a piece of paper there.
And they go over to the radio, one of them.
What? Sorry.
So opens up this window. I'm going to need a deceive from you. And,
oh, that was a really bad roll. Oh, no, that was a good roll. Okay.
Actually, that was technically good.
It literally was a good roll. Okay.
Literally
and now that makes it a 5 because I'm deceiving again. Somebody I've already deceived.
Well, that's to create an advantage.
That's true. Yeah. Okay, so.
But you beat them by 2. They look out there and they see this flyer. They pull it in and they go, "What is this? What is this?" And he is like, "Ask her. She was the one on the balcony. It was her. She was there."
I gesture to my dripping naked body.
Give me a roll.
Damn it.
This is your deceive, and you have 2 free invokes. and they look at your paperwork.
I'm gonna take that and make it a 3.
And
Take one of those free notes.
yeah, and they look you up and down. They note your name that's on your
Right.
and they write it down
Freaking great.
because they're and the lead one looks at you and goes, "You, Mademoiselle, what is the name on your fake paperwork?"
I believe Burger is Regina Burger is what I go by because that's my French.
Is that the paperwork you gave them?
I don't know that do I have multiple?
I don't think that Tango has given you one right now.
No, I mean that's my I'm Regina Burger. I work at a bar called Brick Tops. Things haven't been going well, so I've been trying to make a little extra money.
Would you like a fate point? Would you like a fate point, Sylvie?
What?
Would you like a fate point?
Oh my God. I'm not even here.
I know. But would you like a fate point?
God almighty. What else do I have to sell now? I'm selling people? Is that what's happening?
No. It's just that if you take a fate point from me, then Regina will get confirmation for her story. That there'll be her alibi will be confirmed to be true.
I was there last night.
Yeah.
I also I'm new to this. I'm sorry. This is clearly not a usual thing.
I would of course take a fate point to
This
confirm.
means they do believe that there is some prostitution happening out of Bricktops.
Of course they do. Of course they believe this. You know what else is going
We
on?
are degenerates.
So much
Yeah.
is going on out of my bar that I don't know about.
It's actually Tango. It's always Tango.
So one of them says, Bricktops. We've heard of this place. One moment. And he
Is
goes,
it Charlotte?
And he goes to the phone and he makes a phone call. And he calls not Sylvie, but someone else. A woman named Charlotte Dubois. And he says, I'm sorry to disturb you in the morning. Madame Dubois, there's a woman here who is a prostitute, and she says she works for this Bricktops Cafe. Can you confirm that this place is a place of
I'm a waitress.
prostitution?
I'm a waitress. Just a waitress.
And there's just like a little bit of chatting, and he goes, Madame, of course, I'm, yes, Regina Berger. Yeah, of course. Thank you. I will be very happy to have a one on the house. Yes. Thank you very much. And he hangs up and he goes, well, the madam of the area has confirmed that you work for her, and that she has given you, she has said that you have indeed been sent out here with this man. And I know her very well, this Madame Dubois, and she, she's... And he sort of blushes a little bit. But it is very clear that someone here is lying. And they turn to the man, and they grab him. And he goes, no, I'm not lying. I've never seen her before, except just in the window. And they grab him, and they pull him out of this apartment. And one of them punches him in the stomach, because he's talking, and the other one hits him with the butt of their rifle as they pull him out. And the last one who is there, he goes, we appreciate the work you do to support the troops, and Madame Dubois is a good friend of the Germans, and perhaps I will see you at her brothel. But now that I know that the Bricktops is also open for business, perhaps I will see you.
It's not as well known. Like I said, hard times.
Of course, but perhaps I will see you there. And he sort of smiles, and he pinches your butt.
Oh my god. Can I note his name? Does he have a name tag?
Yes. Yes, he does.
Okay, I just learned a lot about him. One, he's got a soft spot for this Miss Dubois.
Mm-hmm.
What his name?
His name was Johann. Johann Schneider.
Johann Snyder. Does he have a title, like based on his
He's a sergeant, right? So he's enlisted, but he's clearly the one who's in charge of this sort of situation.
Yep.
But he was able to confirm with a particular madam that you do indeed work for her.
Okay. New idea. This really just sparked something. You saying this. Can I spend a fate point to set us up for another piece of success?
Tell me.
I now know who was driving the radio van that's been stalking me. I know every one of their faces.
Yes. I'm gonna. You can. Well, with that fate point, what I would say is, I just want you to. You don't need to roll.
I mean, if all I get is really him, that's fine, because I'm sure I can do some back searching on this Johann Snyder and like find the right connections to know the rest of his crew, because I imagine they're just lackeys, the guys that were with him. But it's really nice to know their faces, because usually they're behind black windows and I'm running from them versus getting to stare them down in a towel.
Yes, indeed. Actually, rather than spending a fate point, why don't you just roll tradecraft or...
Oh, okay. I was going to say awareness.
Yes, either one of those two will do it for you.
Okay, I'm going to take awareness. It's not as high, but I don't have tradecraft anymore. That's something that I... Ooh, it just looks very good.
And then you can spend the fate point. And then if you do, you will get your aspect.
Yeah, I feel like that's worth it.
Yeah.
Because when we come out of this 2 weeks, that could be very, very helpful. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm going to spend another one. Fox, though, you banking over there with 4 of them.
Yeah, there are reasons for that.
There are consequences for those actions. Okay.
And I assume you pick up your radio?
Here's what I do. They took him away.
They did.
When he's gone, I bat eyelashes until next time, and I close the door and I lock that shit down. And I take a minute. I look around. This is now an apartment, an unoccupied one. I immediately look for a bag, or a basket. I take all the groceries he has and puts it in a basket. Put my clothes on. I retrieve my gun. I make it look as unsuspicious as possible that I'm basically robbing the hell out of this place. And then I'm gonna... Is there a way I can search for a spare key?
Yeah, that's no problem.
Actually, he might have left his keys because
he was taken out.
Taken out.
Yeah.
So I gather spare clothing, basket of food, as much as I can carry that doesn't seem like odd or weird, and then I'll take the keys to this apartment and I lock it up tight. This is now a safe house, y'all. And then on my way out, I will hit the dumpster out back and pick up my really smelly radio and camera, hopefully.
What was your message?
Right, I wrote that down so I wouldn't forget.
As you walk out onto the streets,
I think about the message that I sent her, which basically says we're going silent for 2 weeks. Falstaff was poisoned and in recovery. They need to know that. They don't have to know it was us. I just want them to know that Falstaff's down, because that's going to be their means of communication. The radios are being distributed, but won't be for the next, you won't hear from us or the ladies, basically the sewing circle, for the next 2 weeks. Radio Paris has been taken over by the Germans and is broadcasting propaganda. And then you get that weird Mother Courage line that's not in mine and hers text. She might, I don't know, maybe there's a way she knows that was something, or just not beneficial in the message. And then at the end, I put my personal piece, and
which is,
I just say thank you for the gift. Falstaff finally gave it to me.
You get a message back saying the White Comet line is in shambles, and be prepared for that's you, right? So be prepared for some downed flyers to arrive shortly that need to be escorted out, sort of taken out. And then there's just a little bit of a sonnet, right?
Yep. Hopeless romantic she is.
She is. And it's the classic, right? How do I compare thee to a summer's day, right? It's just in there for you.
Here I am fighting for my life, and she's sending me sonnets.
And you make it out.
Okay.
I imagine you deliver these radios.
I don't think I have time this morning. I get my radio, but I didn't carry all the rest of them out. Instead, I'm just going to go back the way I came with all my goods. I'm going to pick up another one of those flyers.
Mm-hmm. They're everywhere.
Everywhere. I just pick up another one.
Mm-hmm.
I fold it up and put it again back in my pocket. I have all of this stuff I didn't plan on having, so I'm going to have to postpone my plan for the flyer, my original plan for the flyer. And I'm going back to the club because I have supplies and clothing and stuff that I need to get rid of. And, nobody came home last night. And I guess I should probably check on Falstaff. So this is my cue to go to the club, even though I know I'm early. Regina usually is.
Tango, what do you do after your lovely, lovely breakfast?
After my lovely breakfast, what I'm going to go and tell you is 3 eggs.
Where are you going to get those eggs?
Well, with my contacts, everything I get is it's nice food, and people have probably died for this information, for this food. But it's 3 eggs, sausage, and 2 slices of bacon. It is so good. And it's not the best, but it's probably a better breakfast than anyone else is having, and probably a good few miles from me. And that's when I finally decided to put some clothes on. He has a new banana shirt, as you can see.
So nice.
Yeah, new banana shirt, as you can see. And that's when I think, because at this point, I think he's actually going to go back to the club, because I think what he's going to do is he's going to start needing to make some calls, because he has something. What was some doctor he needed to.
There's an American doctor that your friend wants you to get a bunch of narcotics from.
Right. But I have to go get some narcotics from American doctors. But that means I need to get some information, like where the freak is this American doctor?
He gave you the name and the address, so you know where he is. He's got like a private clinic.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm still going to go there just so I can. It's like headquarters. And I didn't realize there were also like guns and stuff over there. Yeah. So I feel like I'm going to stock up, center myself, and also Sylvie never came home. Maybe she'll be out. Maybe she'll be there. Maybe Oscar will be there. Maybe somebody will be there. I don't know. It feels like has it been a few days since I've seen the crew?
Last night.
It was last night.
It was last night.
Okay. So I am going to go back to the club.
You arrive at Bricktops, and I actually think you're going to get there before Regina does, because Regina's got a bunch of stuff going on. I will ask you if there's a.
I do not. I had a great breakfast.
It was lovely.
It was a good time.
Do you if you want to make any phone calls to gather information, what would you like?
All right. I would like.
What information are you looking for?
Let's see. I know his address. But I think what I would like to know. Oh, here's what I'd like to know. Do I know what kind of doctor he is?
You don't.
Just like a doctor of whatever?
Yeah.
Okay. So I would like to get a little more information as far as what kind of doctor he is, and a list of some of his patients. But like to forge he would have seen some of his patients, but maybe there's like a new patient or something. Like I want to add myself basically to a patient list, and I'm going to go see him directly today if I could.
I feel like that's going to be tradecraft, perhaps, or forgery. Let's start with tradecraft.
I would like to start with tradecraft.
Start with tradecraft.
That's an average.
With that, you can ask me.
Not the best day.
It's not the best. It's not the best. You can ask me one question at a minor cost.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, what kind of doctor is he specifically?
He is a private, he's a plastic surgeon is what he is. He's an American plastic surgeon who's here in Paris. You find that out. Dr. William Parker.
William Parker. I'm making a note here that it sounds like he would wear a sweater vest. Okay. All right.
And then if you'd like, give me a forgery.
I will give you a forgery because at this point I would like to contact his office and
or
basically
deception,
say,
either one.
Yeah, we'll do deceive. I would like.
Okay,
that's real good.
That is real good.
Basically, my plastic surgery is going to be that I have a bunch of scars on my chest, which I really do because of the toxins.
Yeah,
I'd like that removed. But the deceivery comes in the fact that I am not who I say I am. I'm definitely not Tango at this point. Yeah.
I feel like with that one, you're going to be able to get a good advantage on there, right? Which you can use later with a good 2 invokes on that one. And I'm thinking perhaps something like you are in no way suspicious, right?
I am in no way suspicious. Very good.
Or you're trustworthy,
for
perhaps.
This afternoon? Because I feel like that was brunch.
Yeah.
And I feel like I would have already maybe in an hour, that kind of thing. And that way I can try to wrap things up before everybody gets to the club tonight.
Except that they're all going to converge right about now. Almost all.
Okay. Well,
Hannah's already here. And she comes up from the basement and she's like, Tango, it's good to see you. I was downstairs taking care of Falstaff.
Yeah, how's Falstaff doing?
Oh, he's on the mend. He's not doing well, but
But he's not going to die, right?
No, he's not going to die.
Okay.
Thankfully. Is everything all right?
That's a victory. Yeah. How are you doing, Hannah?
I think I'm a little bit better today. And this is when Sylvie walks in with Charlie, way earlier than they normally might do.
Oh, hey, Sylvie and Charlie.
Oscar. Where's Oscar?
I don't know where Oscar's at. Also, and I'm going to go ahead and just start pouring myself a cheap drink. Are you okay? Because you certainly didn't come home last night. Not that I'm the type to worry. And Charlie, I hope you're okay as well. It's just that Sylvie has a home, and I happen to be there. Infrequently, sure, but frequently a bit.
Are you jealous?
No. By the way, I love that you guys maintain a great friendship here.
Charlie puts her arm around Sylvie's shoulders with this smile.
And that's
just
when
this
Tango
smile.
does this, just like a... oh God, Lord, this, no, I mean...
Tango, my dear, would you please pour me a drink?
Yeah.
Very strong one. Incredibly strong.
I'll pour you a strong drink.
Maybe even the strongest that you've ever poured.
Charlie, can I have a sidebar conversation with you just
Sylvie's
for a second?
gonna kind of like
just a second. Here's your drink. Here's your drink.
This is
because
when
Sylvie is
Regina
just
walks in.
Right now, Sylvie's gonna give Charlie a kiss on the cheek and then just kind of spin away.
So, Regina, you walk in and you see Charlie's arm around Sylvie. Sylvie gives Charlie a kiss on the cheek, sort of moves out. There's weird tension in the room. Hannah is standing there also like, what's going on? There is a weird vibe.
Oh no, that's
and Regina's hair is wet.
You know, Sylvia's just going to announce, I am not going to apologize for anything. Where's Oscar?
I'm also not going to apologize for a damn thing today.
Hannah's like, all right, I'm going to go back downstairs.
Is Charlie apologizing for anything? Is Charlie apologizing for anything? Charlie, could you ask me if could you just apologize for something?
I pull my gun from my boot and I lay it on a table. I really don't want to have to fire this today. So I need everybody to stop speaking for just a second, because whatever personal problems you are dealing with are significantly smaller than what's actually going on.
Sylvie is going to turn to Regina with like dagger face. She's going to be, this is not a personal problem.
Understand.
This is a problem that involves all of us. A problem that involves someone very close to us, and I need to see Oscar
But I don't know this problem. What is it?
What is the problem?
Well, I don't know if anyone heard the news this morning on the radio.
Yeah, they're going to round up a whole lot of people and just execute them.
Why?
Isn't that great?
What?
Because apparently, well, actually, Charlie, my dear, Charlie, could you enlighten us all as to what you witnessed last night?
Yes, my dear.
What part exactly?
Well, the part where Luke walked up, grabbed a gun, and left. And then the part where Oscar went after him.
Yeah, I thought that the kid was part of your cell and he asked for a gun, and I thought he was on a mission.
Okay.
And then
interestingly enough, on the radio this morning, I happened to hear, as I am waking up out of a delightful slumber in which I did not have sex with anyone last night.
And nobody was asking if you were having sex with anyone, by the way.
I happened to hear that the chief of police was assassinated last night, and the child and wife of said chief of police is now in custody of the police station. So apparently, if Oscar was going to be stopping this, that did not happen. I also hear that apparently they think the resistance did it, so they're going to round up 100 people. So I, along with Charlie, went down to the police station to address the now new chief of police, and we sat in an interrogation room with him for, I don't know. How long was it, Charlie? How long did we sit in there, Charlie?
It was about an hour, maybe.
About an hour! Sat in there with the new chief of police, and we sat there face to face. It was delightful. We had a wonderful time. Luckily, they are not going to be rounding up 100 citizens to execute them because our boy Luke confessed to the murder.
What?
I did what?
Excuse me?
Yes. So they have their murderer, so we don't have to worry about anything anymore. They're not going to round up citizens. They don't think we did it because they know who did it. It was Luke, and they have him in custody. I guess I don't need to see Oscar after all.
We need to get Luke.
Okay. Here's some fresh food and some clothing for the stock.
Regina, we need to get Luke, right? That's the plan?
I cannot tell you how long I spent in there. By the way, Charlie, what are we selling out of the bar now?
Heroin.
Yes, we're now heroin dealers. Does anyone else have anything that would like to tell me that we are selling out of my bar?
Well, the Nazis think that I'm selling my body.
Wonderful.
Wow, we're selling vagina now. That's great. All right.
Out of necessity, and considering the fact that I was almost arrested this morning and was interrogated myself, naked as a jaybird, by 3 Nazi men.
I'm sorry to have missed it.
Hannah just steps a little bit closer to you, Regina, because that seems distressing to her.
Yes. So, I feel like we've all had a very long night.
Indeed.
Luke confessing to a murder that I am very sure he did not commit.
I happen to feel that way as well because I have a sense. I have a sense of our boy, and I feel like you have a sense of him as well. And this is insane. This is insane. They were flying off of the rails down there at the police station. They were thrilled. We are not just going to waltz in there and convince them that we work for the police.
No, we're not.
I tried to get in there to see anyone that I knew, and I was not expecting to come face to face with a new chief of police. Luckily, I got out of the interrogation room due to our new crime boss, who is lording over us now. That's fun. Conversation for a different time. What do we do now?
And Charlie just looks super guilty, and Hannah looks confused.
I don't know about a crime boss because
It's
don't
evidently a story that outdates even me.
a crime boss.
Am I the crime boss? I don't know anymore.
I don't
Wait,
think so. Everybody,
okay. Because
listen.
I'm supposed to be a crime boss eventually. Is this someone I have
We're
to
paying
deal with?
the
at this
mafia.
point?
I have reported to London that Falstaff was poisoned. Not by
Yes.
us, but in general. I have reported that we are going dark for 2 weeks, which is what we need to do. Your drama, the chief of police, all of it. We need to go dark. And I mean super dark. We need to be a club inside of a fucking club.
What do we
And I
do?
What
say
are
it
we
in
doing
French
about
because
Luke?
cursing in French is awesome.
I'm going to
As
need
for
Bricktops
Luke-
to make a roll.
Yeah.
As for Luke,
What are we doing about Luke?
I have a plan for
Because
Luke.
you have
Plan for Luke.
I
out of
did
all
my
of us-
best. I did my best. I went in there and did everything that I could for him.
I am not doubting. Nobody here is doubting that, Sylvie.
I tried everything.
I know. We're all. You know what? Regina
Why did he confess?
leaves the gun, drops all the things.
This morning, right before we left.
And I walk over and
We
I
heard it
give
on the way
Sylvia
out.
a hug. A big one.
Oh. Well, Sylvie's a little confused because this has never happened with Regina, but
Regina,
it
roll
will take like a
empathy.
split second before she's going to be like, "Oh, this is nice."
And then in the background, by the way, Tango is still just like, oh, here we go.
Regina doesn't really have empathy, but she's suffering from a little bit of sympathy at the moment. And she's struggling herself. She just basically damned a man to torture and death, no doubt. And she took all of his things. And I hug you very intensely. And while we're in an embrace, as long as you allow it, Regina kind of says personally in your ear, I appreciate you.
And
Everything that you do.
Sylvie is going to just really quietly back to Regina say, I know how close you two are. I tried.
I know. It's okay. And I slip a set of keys in your hand. And I close your hand around it. This morning, a man gave his life so that I could be here right now. This is his apartment. It is now empty. We need Tango right now to work up a false deed for it. It is a perfect hideout, but we have to own it under a false name and papers. I need to know what you know about where Colette does her business.
I need Bricktops to make a roll.
Damn it. What roll? What roll? Who's making it? I can't make any more rolls tonight. I was sweating. I had to get up and go cool off in front of my refrigerator.
Because Luke is being investigated and interrogated.
Oh no, not anymore. I already rolled for that.
It's something else. You're in a contest.
Oh, okay.
It's a race against
What?
time, my friend.
Lord have mercy.
What do you think you might use to help you? I would say intelligence might not be bad.
Do we know what we're contesting right now?
You
Just
don't
for
know.
funsies?
All you know that it's coming from the police department, and I just rolled a 0.
Is it coming from our new friend? Can I use anything?
Can
Or is
it
that just for me
be
specifically?
deflection or undermine? Because those are our two highest skills.
Undermine would work.
Okay,
Underline.
let's use that. Do you?
Yeah,
you
I will
that.
roll it.
Not it.
I will roll it.
First to 3 wins. This is, you have a 2.
There. That's not great.
Ugh.
That's like an average date I've had.
And I have a 0. I am going to spend the free invoke that the chief of police has, which is he has got one that is about not trusting the confession, which brings him to a 2, and then I will spend one of mine, which is using everyone has an agenda to bring that up to a 4, which will give me one success on this one. Go ahead.
Not it. We need another roll.
Nope. Go on.
Oh, that's it?
For now.
Yeah. So we're good.
Takes a little bit of time.
I need to know what you know about where Colette does her business.
It was very close to where you used to live, actually.
Really?
Same building. Same building and everything, just a higher floor. I didn't see them going inside, but...
Different building, next door.
Next door to it, okay.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
You know, after everything that happened with our friend downstairs, we were going to try and throw some tablets into the water system somehow, but we ended up coming back here instead.
Great. Oh, I forgot about Falstaff. I'm going downstairs to change clothes. I'm sure we'll find good use for this. I'll be back. And I look at Hannah and I was like, don't go anywhere today. And I walk downstairs to see how Falstaff is doing.
Falstaff is recovering. He's
like hungover. Is he conscious?
He's conscious, but he's groggy and not feeling. He looks like death.
I slide the bookshelf back and I stare at him like, sit up.
I say, what?
No, I say. We saved you last night.
I know. I want to tell you that I thank you.
I don't want your words. I need you to get out of here. We don't do business here anymore. You, specifically, and the business that we do does not happen on site here anymore.
All right.
Somebody attempted your life
yes.
on our time.
Yes. Where do we meet in person?
I've heard the library is a wonderful place to find the knowledge you need.
All right. Give me a day where I can find you, if necessary.
I will make it a purpose to pass the library every 3rd day of the week.
All right.
If you want me, I'll be on a bench out front. Maybe I'll own being an old woman and feed the pigeons or something. Now piss off.
Wait. You don't get to just dismiss me like that. I have something I have to say. I want to thank you for saving my life. But also, I want to warn you. If I was poisoned here in your club, that means there's someone who's watching. Somebody who's too close.
I know. Part of what we're dealing with today in the wake of your grand binger. I have already ported to London. We're going dark for 2 weeks.
All right.
That means I'm not making contact with you. I will get the radios. I will get the groceries to the ladies.
All right. Well, if you're not going to contact her, if you're not going to be able to contact them through the radio, then you certainly must contact me in person. It's one of the only ways we can get messages out. Then I will make sure that I'm well enough in 3 days by Wednesday at least, to meet you in the library.
Oh, please. You've taken harder hits than this. I know.
Well, I'm not going to leave you without support.
That is appreciated. But right now, you are a liability.
I will still do my job. I will see you on Wednesday at, say, 2 p.m.
Bring some birdseed.
I will.
Pigeons.
If you need anything, I still have connections. I can get things broadcast outside of the city.
We'll see. I need to drop off a radio to the communist first. And I have had a hankering to go meet someone.
All right. Well, I will make my way out of here if you don't mind. I could use a little bit more sleep, but then I'll make my way out.
You're going to have to do it in your own bed.
All right. Listen, I do appreciate what you've done for me.
When this is all said and done, and and this city belongs to who it's supposed to belong to, you can come back and tell me that then. Until then, we have business.
Regina, I never forget when someone does me. I never forget these things. And he stands up and he's a little bit woozy.
If you want to thank anyone, you should thank the doctor upstairs.
Yeah.
Considering the fact that she's the one that saved you.
Well, if you hadn't brought me down here, I wouldn't be saved at all. So, I won't forget. And he just still looks a little bit green, and he sort of packs up his stuff, looking just so hungover, and he starts making his way out of the building.
Okay. Regina changes into something more feminine. A skirt, stockings, the stuff she wore months ago that she stopped wearing.
Mm-hmm.
She puts on her father's pin,
Mm-hmm.
Something to really cover her shoulders. She walks back upstairs. Falstaff is gone. He says thank you, as much as that means anything.
Oh, I thought I noticed a stench leave the building.
Well, we can expect him not to be back, ever. I have made that very clear. We will meet elsewhere to do our business. I must go.
Good. Where are you going? What's the plan right now?
To chat with Colette. Last time I checked, the child that they have in custody works for our group. A group that is actively serving German military, not French police. I want my man back.
Do you need me to do anything?
I have a feeling that your presence will only dissuade Colette.
I have that
Plus, last time
kind
I
of
checked,
influence.
I had a very personal relationship with Volker.
Okay. Well, I like that kid. So whatever we can do to bring him back.
Regina, let me join you.
Yeah,
Okay.
take her.
Come with. I have a feeling that we deserve a really good chat with Colette. I have not had a chance to properly meet her. And Tango, papers.
Yeah.
I need new papers for... Oh, we need new papers for everybody. We got new papers for Hannah, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We need to go ahead and get
building
a false
deed.
Yeah, we need a building deed, or at least the apartment deed. And I give the location, and and I will. That is definitely not good. That's okay.
I'm gonna actually take one of my fate points and re-roll that, by the way,
Okay.
because I was gonna.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I have a feeling that Luke and his mother are going to need new identities when this is all done.
It's better.
Yes, that is
So
That's a 5.
much better.
Yeah.
Good is better than mediocre.
And you get paper
And-
chameleon, so that's a 5.
Yeah. So it is a 5. So that's superb.
You two women leave to go and stake out this building.
I'm
And
not staking it out.
are you going to go in?
I'm going in.
Okay.
I would like a meeting.
Okay. That said,
Colette likes bold, empowered women.
you two are going to go to this building. Tango, you're still in this club.
Yeah, I would like to, if you don't mind. Charlie's still here, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. What, and Hannah?
Mm-hmm. They're both here.
Okay. First off, I'd like to take Hannah over to the side.
And give me another Bricktops roll.
You guys want me to do it, or you guys want to do it?
You're talking, you do it. Hit that undermine.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Where is it?
Okay, look.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, fair. Oh, no.
They
I'm
rolled
gonna.
a 1 though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they had rolled a 1, so.
I'm gonna spend one of my fate points to make that a 3.
We might want to spend on this.
Do you guys want to spend a fate point?
I think we should. This is a
Yeah.
contest.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to.
And I don't think we want to lose it.
So, if you don't mind killing one of our fate points, we'd like to spend one of those.
Fair.
We'll do I mean, playing both sides works here,
Yep.
Yeah.
which is our trouble aspect technically. So
Yep.
seems like we're kind of in some trouble.
The chief of police is
Yeah.
working hard right now. He's not getting as much success as he would like.
Yeah.
Aw, I'm so sad.
Anyways, so going back to the scene, I'm going to take Hannah and I'm going to kind of just put a light hand on her back and I'd be like, Hannah, can I talk to you for a second?
Of course. What do you need?
I don't know if you know me that well, but I'm very passionate about connections and other people's connections with each other, right?
All
And I
right.
feel like, I don't know if you know this, and honestly, she would probably punch me in the face if she said this, but Regina's like my best friend, right? Like
Really?
she's like, yeah, she's like, I know. I don't have a lot of friends, and so of them, I would say that she's kind of my bestie, right? My point is that with that, I've noticed that you guys are very close, and just want to know how that's working for you, and if everything's going well, and how you feeling about it. Because I just want you guys to work out. You know what I mean? Like I'm okay with it. I'm supportive, and I want my friend to be happy, because if she's happy, maybe she won't kill me. Like punch me or shoot me, because she's a product of her emotions. I don't know if you know that, if you felt that, right?
Tango, I'm afraid that she needs something other than me right now. So
What? But you guys work so well. I'm sorry. That's probably not helping right now.
no, she is, I think, not ready for anything serious like that right now. She needs to concentrate
Is
on.
it the German occupation? You think that's it? Or is it, you think maybe she's just gotta figure it out on her own? Or do you think like she's not used to everyone not understanding your relationship? Like, do you think it's all that? Or do you think that she just needs to dive into her work?
I think she may be a little overwhelmed, or maybe she does not. I don't know if she's ever. The life is a little. I don't know how much she. I think she's still in love with Sylvie. And I think
That's when he kind of, he's still gonna have a drink in his hand when he does it. He's gonna, who isn't, right? I mean, Sylvie, great gal. I mean, a lot of people are in love with Sylvie, and he's just gonna wave around to the bar like everyone in the bar really in love with Sylvie. Sylvie, that's great. Yeah, no, you know what? I wouldn't worry about Sylvie. Here's what I would worry about. What do you want? What do you want in your heart?
Wanting something does not mean you get it.
Yeah, but life is better when you're surrounded by whimsy, right? When you're, why else? Why else would we do any of this? Is it just to get up and eat breakfast and go about our day and just go to sleep? Whimsy, right? That's what we need in our life. I'm not trying to pressure you into something that is just going to give you a heartache later. I just wanted to know what was going on with my friend. So
I think
if you don't think it's working, but let me ask you this. Do you love her? Like that unconditional love. Like no matter what, you're with her or not, if she's happy, are you happy? That kind of love.
Tango, She is not in a place to love me, and so I must only wait.
Well,
I only have to wait.
do you need a hug? Because I'm great at hugs, and I need one as well. I'm really asking for myself here.
And she gives you the biggest hug.
Oh.
Before we go to break, the radio
Tango
comes
is
on.
actually going to cry a little bit. A little tear is going to drip down.
And
he wraps his arms around Hannah.
As you stand there, Charlie's by the radio, and the sounds of Radio Paris come back on.
Good afternoon, Madame, Mademoiselle, and Monsieur. This is Radio Paris. We have breaking news on the case of the murder of the Chief of Police. We have here the new Prefect of Police who has an announcement. Please welcome the new Prefect of Police. Bonjour. It is I. I am the new Prefect of Police, Aimé Boussière, and I have important news. Thanks to the cooperation of the wife and child of the previous prefect, we have new news. I would like to announce that we have definitive evidence that the killers are from the Russian community, communists. Our young man, who is proud to say that he will be a member of the French National Youth, has given us information to make it clear that the assassins come from non-French Russian citizenry. As the new Prefect of Police, I can guarantee you that the people who will be rounded up tonight to be executed will not be French citizens. We will be rounding up Russian, Polish, and other citizens in retaliation for this heinous murder. Thank you. Thank you, Monsieur.
Are we going to break now? Or, okay.
We are going to break. And with that announcement that Regina and Sylvie don't know about, we're going to go to break. And when we come back, it will be... I will say this. When you go into that room, I can tell you this before you go to break, it is completely cleared out. The apartment is this building that you saw Mark Calvé casing. And in that room, it was an apartment completely cleared out of everything. If she was doing business out of this room, she is not coming back to it anytime soon.
Okay.
And
so
yeah.
Do we have a way to get in contact with her?
That's a good question.
I mean, she'll be back in contact with us. It's usually been a weekly contact. But
yeah.
And that's where we're going to break.
Okay, I'm gonna have a simmer on that.
But that apartment is cleared out. It looks like she's not coming back to that apartment anytime soon. At all.
Okay.
That's break, everybody. We'll see you in 10. Wait, before we do, I just want to see if we have no announcements. Although we do have some donuts. We do. We have 500 bits from Rissa, who says, because Team Hat and Team Chaos need all the luck they can get. Thank you. Yes. We have an announcement that some of the team don't know about Luke joining basically the French equivalent of the Hitler Youth, and the murder of a bunch of non-French citizens soon. And we will start up with the arrival of Oscar into this madness. We're going to break, everybody. Stretch your legs. Drink some fluids.
This is the NBC newsroom in New York, and we are now ready to bring you reports from European capitals. Our own staff members are ready in England and Germany to tell you what they have seen and heard in the last few hours. And for the broadcast from the Reich, we switch you now to Germany.
Hello, NBC. This is Charles Lanius in Berlin. Enemy bombers made another flight to Berlin during the night. The Germans report that light forces of enemy planes, presumably Soviet, attempted what is called a totally unsuccessful raid on the northeastern part of the Reich. They say that only 2 of the machines succeeded in penetrating to the vicinity of Berlin, and the rest were forced back by well-directed German anti-aircraft fire. The Royal Air Force came in from the west, and the Germans say they dropped bombs on several localities in western Germany. According to reports here, only insignificant damage was caused, and the majority of the British aircraft were forced to turn back by German ground defenses. For the first time in a good many months, the Germans failed to fly to England. At least there are no reports of German activities over the island here so far today. News from the east is scarce again today, but a report from the southern end of the front states that the Germans, with their allies, are advancing towards the shores of the Black Sea. Another message tells how, between the Odessa and Okhotsk, the German Air Force bombed and sank 6 Russian vessels, 3 of them patrol boats and 3 troop transports. The troop transports totaled 18,800 tons, and according to the Germans were sunk when the Russians tried to remove troops from an area along the Black Sea which had been surrounded by German soldiers. The Germans and their allies are said to have come in so fast that escape by the sea was the only way out for the Red units. One of the vessels was a 10,000-tonner. The other 2 were smaller. The German Air Force is still blasting away at Soviet positions and troop concentrations in the Ukraine, and the Germans say that at one point 180 motor vehicles, including a large number of tanks, were destroyed. The heaviest air attack seems to have been carried out in the central Ukraine, and there the Germans report the Russians lost heavily in men and material. There are no reports whatever from the central part of the front today. In the far north, the Germans and Finns are said to be making progress, but no details are given. German authorities are working hard to stamp out food profiteering and illicit food trading, particularly of products which are rationed here in Germany. This is revealed in an announcement that a state action against nearly 350 Germans living in the vicinity of Plön in Saxony ended with the passing of a death sentence on the ringleader of a widespread organization of illegal food dealers. The condemned man, 43-year-old Ernest Albig, was accused of falsifying orders for margarine and other ration fats, thereby obtaining 75,000 pounds of beef fat and 175 pounds of margarine, which he sold at exorbitant prices. The hearing took 90 days before a special court at Leipzig, during which time more than 200,000 marks, or roughly $80,000, was collected in fines. Many of the people involved got long prison sentences for complicity. In Hamburg, Gauleiter Kaufmann, a prominent party member, told a group of high National Socialist officials that the present war with Russia was the fiercest fight Germany has had up to date. He complained that although most people recognize the work done by the party, there are still some who don't realize the true aims of the party. He asked all party officials to work hard at conquering the hearts of the people and warned them that special attention should be paid to those who prattle and spread rumors. The Gauleiter added that everything possible has been done to ensure German supplies for the coming winter, and stated there would be sufficient quantities of coal and potatoes for everyone. The holiday season is in full swing here in Germany. Today the people are asked not to make trips to mountain and seaside resorts and other recreational localities. The reason for the request is that these places are now already overcrowded. From Holland comes a report that General Christensen, German military commander in the Netherlands, has issued another warning to the Dutch population not to give any assistance to members of the crews of enemy warplanes shot down over Dutch territory. The general decreed that people who hide members of the enemy's armed forces or who destroy parts of wrecked British airplanes will be severely punished. and that if the offense is grave enough, the death penalty will be inflicted. Today, German patrol boats are given credit for sinking a 6,000-ton British merchant ship from the English Channel during the night. But no air attacks on British shipping are reported here so far. This is Charles Lanius in Berlin. I now return you to NBC in New York.
In just a moment, we'll call in London. But first, let's read the latest Russian communique received in New York. Moscow. Hard pressed on both flanks, the Red Army was reported today fighting fiercely against two Nazi nutcracker movements, one around Leningrad in the north and the second near Kiev in the Ukraine. The Daily War Bulletin declared the Russians still held the Nazis stalemated on the central road to Moscow in the long-contested Smolensk salient. No major engagements took place in other directions and sectors of the front, the midday communique said. The centers of fighting in the north were listed as Kokelsalmi on the Karelian Isthmus, 75 miles north of Leningrad, and in the Solsti sector, 120 miles south of Russia's second-largest city. Key battle zones in the south still were given by the Russians as Korostin, 80 miles northwest of Kiev, and Uman, midway between the Ukraine capital and the big Black Sea port of Odessa. And that's what the Russians have to say today, and here is a bulletin just received from Vichy on occupied France. It has been learned that increased powers for Vice Premier Jean Darlin will be announced in a special edition of the official journal today. And now we'll hear the news reported direct from London.
This is John McVeigh in London. This morning, observers on the English coast reported waves of RAF planes crossing the Channel in what was evidently a daylight sweep over northern France. The RAF last night bombed Krefeld, Ride, and München-Gladbach in Germany. American-built Havocs, fighter bombers, attacked many German aerodromes in northern France and Holland. Fires were started, and it's just possible that the raids were the reason that no bombs fell on Britain last night. Only one British plane crossed the British coast during the night. Only one German plane. If the German air units in the West have been stripped to reinforce the units working against Russia, it seems to many observers here that Britain may have her best chance of starting some sort of offensive against the German-held occupied territories. Why Britain hasn't already made some gesture in an offensive to reassure Russia is something that only those who govern British military plans know. At the moment, Russia is taking the full weight of German land and air attack. Yet in spite of that, she's been able to strike back with night raids as far as Berlin. Authoritative quarters in London today, summing up the Russian situation, think it probable that small German mechanized forces have reached a point 70 miles from Nikolaev in the Ukraine. These forces seem to be self-supported. At the same time, the Germans are keeping up strong pressure on the Russians and have probably crossed the upper reaches of the Dniester and may be moving eastward. For a good many women in Britain, the biggest news today is that baby clothes are going to be rationed. Up to now, clothing for children under 4 has been coupon-free. Expectant mothers are given 50 clothing coupons to lay in a supply of baby clothes. In addition, babies born and registered before the end of November will receive 40 clothing coupons. Those born in December, January, and February will get 30, and spring babies will get only 20. In the next ration year, babies will get the same number of clothing coupons as their fathers and mothers, 66 for the year. The number of coupons that have to be given up for baby clothing varies from 6 for an overcoat to a third of a coupon for a bib. With the lull in news here, political writers are going in for some speculation. For instance, the political correspondent of the Labour Party's newspaper, the Daily Herald, predicts that Mr. Montague Norman, the white-bearded governor of the Bank of England, won't retire this fall when he reaches the age of 70, the age when, according to the bank's rules, officials do retire. The Labour writer says that plans are being made to allow Mr. Norman to go on holding down his present job because of the bank's fear of the financial policies of Mr. J.M. Keynes, who now holds a powerful position in the Treasury. You'll remember that Mr. Keynes has for a long time been one of Britain's most famous but most unorthodox financial experts. During the war, he has exerted a great influence on Britain's financial policies. One of the plans he fathered was the idea of compulsory savings so that after the war, families would have their savings to act as a cushion between war economy and peace economy. Well, the Daily Herald thinks that Mr. Norman and his supporters see danger to vested interests in the increasing power of Mr. Keynes, and they intend to keep Mr. Norman in office to conduct a counteroffensive against the Keynes theories of finance. Another Labour report is that Lord Leathers, the recently appointed Minister of Transport, has prevented for the time being the development of a government plan to take over the British railroads. It's reported that Colonel Moore Brabazon, his predecessor as Minister of Transport, was convinced that unification of Britain's railroads under government control was necessary. The colonel is said to have drawn up plans for such a move, and cabinet approval was about to be given to it. At the last minute, Colonel Moore Brabazon went to the aircraft ministry, and Lord Leathers took over the job. The Daily Herald says that Lord Leathers did away with a scheme for public ownership of the railroads and substituted a plan.
Welcome back, everyone. Post-intermission, I hope you're all doing well. We're going to just start off with a roll. We have our two ladies who are going to be staking out an apartment which is completely cleared out and empty. It looks like it. You know what? Give me awarenesses, you two. Give me awarenesses. Is what I want. And if you want, you can aid each other and give one you roll and the other give a +1 if you like.
I will aid in this trying time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is nice. So I get to add a die.
+1. Just a +1.
Oh, yeah, that's really good.
Okay.
Yeah,
you may ask 2 questions, or you can get a question and a boost related to Colette in this apartment.
Oh, that's easy. I'll get a question and a boost.
Question? Give it to me.
I want to find her so bad.
Mm-hmm. What's your question?
Regina asks...
From searching this place.
Is it being watched? Is it being watched by somebody else? Is that what she cleared out?
You stand... as you're like in this place, right, that seems to, like when you're looking around, it looks like it's been a place that's been sort of used, but it's been cleared out. And as you sort of pass by a window, you just notice Mark Calvé in the alcove where he always has been, waiting. And like, it seems like he's been waiting a little bit and he moves on yet again. But this is... But
I see his direction. Like, he doesn't notice me.
No, he doesn't notice you at all.
Beautiful. Okay.
But it is the thing that you have seen him do so many times, which was standing at that spot, looking at, and as you see him, he's looking right at this place, right? This is the apartment that he's been looking for.
Since he doesn't see me, and I have this schmancy new brooch from my girlfriend, can I snack his photo?
You can.
I just want to be like, click,
Yes.
I just spin, take it, and then I spin around, I'm like, Sylvie, he's here. Calvé.
What?
Don't turn around. He's watching this place.
Tell me that he's here and then tell me not to look at him.
You're all in the apartment, so you're fine. Like you can see him through.
I thought we were okay.
Oh no, you're in the apartment, so you can see him through the curtain. He's down on the street down below.
Can I look at him then?
Oh yeah.
Oh, Sylvie's gonna look at him.
I was about to say, see him down there.
Yeah.
He's always on that corner.
Ugh. There's a little rat down there.
I imagine that he's going to keep coming back, which means...
Should we... Do you want to go down and surprise him? Not in a fun way.
Looking at this man from a distance, is he a well-built man?
Yeah.
Sylvie, as much as I would like to do that. Extra muscle might be necessary if we're going to pin him down.
Hmm.
I mean, I could take a kneecap, but then what good is he to us?
We'd have his kneecap.
In pieces.
He leaves, by the way.
Yes, well, I let
Yeah.
him go. He'll be back. We should watch him for a while. If our goal really is to kill him and we're trying to draw Colette out, the best way to do it is to complete what she asked us to do. We don't have to kill him. We just need to get rid of him.
And you have a boost. Bricktops has a boost, which is a lead on Colette.
Oh, cool.
I
I was going to say hot on her trails.
Yes, yes. Hot on her
I want to
trail.
do awareness too.
But you aided.
Go for it.
Oh, I ate it.
Yeah.
So I can't do my own.
Mhm.
That worked well anyway.
It did. At least we got some good information. So
And
that's what we get out of it.
Let me have a rapport from, rapport,
Not it.
no, deceit. Rapport or deceit, my dear Tango?
We will do deceive.
Mm-hmm. Fantastic. Fantastic. Yes. You have a similar choice. You have to go to this appointment with this doctor. And while you're there, you can ask me either 2 questions or get a question and a boost about this doctor. And I also would like you to roll criminal resources.
I will get a question to boost. But also, what was the last thing you said?
Resources, please. Criminal.
Resources. Criminal. Go. Epic.
Okay. Yes.
That is all 4 die, y'all.
Yes.
All 4 Emma plus. That is a critical success in Fainter.
The doctor just exploded.
Yep.
No, that is not what happens.
Tell me what happens.
Yeah, you go to meet this fellow, and you're going to get 2 questions, but and this is actually that is not a boost. That is actually an advantage. You meet this fellow. He's an American. He's a plastic surgeon. And you're going to be able to question and boost.
The scars on my chest from season 1 that are still there. Like, I'm just looking for this to be, good. Anyways, but go on.
You are going to get a lot of morphine out of this.
Okay.
That you can take to Sigmund. That's your role, that epic role. That is not a problem for you.
Yeah, because I'm just really like, look, I just can't handle this, right? I just need as much of your morphine as possible. I'm just gonna need all of it, actually. Everything that's in your
I'm gonna ask you a question. Do you talk to him about Sigmund? Do you mention Sigmund's name at all?
I would like to say that I don't.
Because the amount that you're asking for is clearly, you are a kind of a black marketeer, clearly.
Oh, I would expect that what the conversation we're having at a certain point, it breaches that level where he knows I am not who I say I am. But my deception is he doesn't know who I am. Only that he needs to give me that fucking morphine.
What question do you want to ask about him?
I want to ask why. Why is he doing this?
Why am I doing what?
At a certain point, look, you have your life and understand that we're in a time of war and unrest. It's just, is this just for money? Is this for your family? Is this for your personal gain? Why are you doing this? Giving away your drugs.
I'm selling my drugs, good sir.
Yeah.
And I'm
giving it to somebody that's not in need.
Well, you're the one who came here, and you're a fellow Yank. I appreciate that. I figure whatever you're doing, you probably need it.
I'm glad we can use our Yankee accents here while we're doing this. But can I ask you where you're from?
Me? Connecticut.
Yeah, Connecticut. What do you miss about America at this point?
I never really liked America. It was too small.
Too small.
I liked it here. It was exciting. And maybe it's a little too exciting. Look, I know you're some sort of criminal. I figure that. I don't care too much. This is a good deal for me. I need money. I mean, you need money if you want to pay off all those things. You got to pay off.
Okay.
But who are you working for? Which family? Like, are you an independent contractor? Like, who do you work for?
God, I hate this line of questioning. I'm just gonna take your morphine. You take my money. I want to go ahead and tell you right now. I'm not gonna tell you who I'm working for, because at the end of the day, I'm working for myself.
Yeah, that's a good American way.
I don't like what we're doing here, and I'm hoping when things are done and said, you're just going to be a good doctor fixing people up.
You know, I can fix you up. That's nasty looking scars.
Yeah. Well, I think I need the scars.
Yeah.
As weird as that sounds, I think I need to see them in the mirror. I think I need to understand what happened to me. And maybe when things clear up, and if I'm still around and you're still here, we'll talk about that.
Would you like to give me your boost in exchange for dropping Sigmund's name? Give up your boost, drop Sigmund's name, and I'll give you a present.
All right, I'll do it. I'm going to give you a boost. I'm going to drop Sigmund's name.
Yeah, you take that present.
I'm going to take a present because you know what I love? James Stiver, not Tango. Presents. Fucking love presents so much. Presents are the best. All right. Anyways, so I'm going to look and I was like, all right, you know what, man? Me and Sigmund, we have a partnership and we're going to be taking over Paris.
That German guy?
Yeah, that German guy.
I said I wasn't going to work with him. I don't work with Nazis.
And I'm going to be honest with you, my friend, he ain't a good Nazi.
Really?
Yeah, really. Think of it like somebody who think of it like somebody who says they like the Yankees unless they ain't winning. You know what I mean?
Well, he's not one of them.
Not really, my friend. He's never been one of anything.
Well, I'll tell you what. You can tell that guy, if he's not really one of them, that if he wants to if he wants to make deals with me, I'll deal with him.
All right. Well, you can deal with him or you can deal with me.
I'd rather deal with you if you don't.
I would hope so, because out of the two, I am more likely to keep you in business.
All right. Well, you let that guy know that he can count on me for my connection. But I'm going to want protection.
I'm pretty sure protection's what he's pretty good at this point.
There have been people coming around and sort of putting pressure on.
I'm sure you being an American, that's not great for business.
It's not great for business. There's some real thugs in this town, and they're making it difficult.
Hey. Do you think you're a good person?
Yeah. Why not?
What makes a good person?
I like dogs.
Oh, that makes sense. You know, I always meant to get a dog, right? But you gotta really settle down to get a dog, right? You can't keep going places all the time. You gotta come home at night. You gotta be able to walk them. Anyways, I'm sorry. I got real into my head right just then. I didn't mean for that to come out like that. I've not been myself lately. You have a great day. Okay?
Yeah.
Have a great day.
Do you want to know who's trying to shake me down? Who you're gonna be protecting me from?
Yeah, no, that's great. Yeah, tell me.
He's one of those mobsters.
Mobsters. What's his name?
Henri Lafont. And there's a guy, Crazy Pete.
Henri Lafont and Crazy Pete. You want me to kill them or something? Like, would you like that to happen? Is that something you like?
You know what? Although Crazy Pete's kind of dangerous, so I'd watch out.
I mean, everyone's dangerous until they get a bullet in their fucking head, so that's great.
Hey, that's my kind of talk.
I know a couple people who can put a bullet in a freaking head.
Yeah.
So they're shaking people down. Tell me about these two. Are they? Sounds like they're shaking down people in a time of distress. That ain't cool. Right?
Looks like there's some kind of, I don't know. They're sort of new big guys in town, you know, sort of pushed out some of the other mobsters.
Well, they all piss vinegar until they piss blood, so I don't give a shit. Me?
Well, hey, you know what?
No, I'm a little unhinged, but that's fine. Also, I'm having a lot of weird emotional issues, and I also hear voices in my head.
Okay,
that's outside of that.
Do you want some morphine? Sure. I can prescribe you.
I'm probably going to take your morphine. I'm going to be honest, but not in front of you because I think that wouldn't be professional.
That's fine.
So I'm just going to take your morphine, and if you don't mind having a little bit extra, just for me on my walk home, if you don't mind.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And look, if there's going to be some kind of new mob in town that's run by an American, I'm all for it.
I don't need a new mob in town because I'm supposed to be the new mob in town. So I got to deal with this new mob in town now. You know what? I'm just so angry. I'm just frustrated.
You're the new mob. I mean,
I am the new mob. Tango.
Oh, okay.
New mob.
All right.
Say it.
Yeah, you're the new mob. Yeah.
You know, I didn't really feel great. I'm going to be honest. I don't really want to be a new mob. I don't know why I'm just so open with you right now. It's just, I feel like
you're making me uncomfortable.
I'm really connected. All right. I'm going to leave now.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. And if they come around, I will, how do I contact you? Give me a number.
Here's what you do. Here's my number. You ask for Tango.
All right.
And all you say is Tango has an appointment.
All right.
And we make appointments. And that's how this works.
Got it.
And then maybe the next time you do work on me. Right?
All right.
If you need me. Because otherwise it's not going to look legit.
All right. Well, thanks.
All right.
Glad to support you. It's good old Yankee capitalism.
I'm going to give him a big hug.
Okay.
I really feel like you listen to me, and I feel like that you've been there for me. And I'm sorry I've been acting really weird. It's just there's been a lot of emotions and a lot of things going on.
Sure.
I'm still hugging him as I'm saying this.
Yep.
And it's just good to see another American around.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Totally.
And if I see these mobsters, I'm hoping to put some bullets in their face for you.
Great. Just watch out.
Or I have like my best friend. She puts bullets in faces too, and that's
okay.
That's a thing that she does. Also,
that's great.
I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have another best friend, and he dances. And he also punches people in the face.
Right.
So I don't know. Either way, there's gonna be things in people's faces.
You know, I don't really question how the criminal underworld works. I just supply them with drugs. So I respect you very much.
I'm going to release the hug. I'd be like,
okay,
man, wouldn't it be great if I wasn't in the criminal underworld and instead I settled down?
You know,
Man, and he's just going to walk out and close the door.
Your consequence that you've got, Sigmund knows where you live. That's going to go into recovery because he'll be very happy to have gotten all of those drugs.
Yeah. Am I also delivering that directly to Sigmund at this point? I could if you wanted me to. Okay.
And it's going to be kind of like an evening where you deliver drugs. The club is going. It's sort of like a slightly strange evening. And the police are busy. They round up 100 people, non-French citizens, and they're all taken out and they're all executed. Saturday evening. They're all shot dead. And it is Sunday, the next day. And I will ask, I actually know where everybody sleeps. The basement and
The bunker.
Yeah, the bunker and the house. And I want to know when you all come into work on Sunday and who comes in first.
Well, just because it's Sunday don't change anything.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to come in first.
Ooh.
I was about to say
After delivering my drugs or
okay.
whatever, I'm just going to go and say that I would like to come in first because I would like to talk to Charlie.
She's not in early in the morning.
I was about to say, Regina's going to be up at 6 a.m. and there by 8. You know what? I'll give Tango the benefit of the doubt. Regina has a stop this morning.
Okay. All right. That makes sense. Then it'll be like awkwardly me and Regina. Maybe not awkwardly, but it'll be there.
It'll be Tango. It'll be Tango. And then I imagine you drove through the night, my dearest Oscar. When you come into the club early, when you arrive all after that long motorcycle ride, when you get into this club, Tango's there.
He would park and secure the BMW R75 in the alley in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of leave his helmet there, but tied up a bit around the handlebar to make sure that it's also secure, and dust himself off, start all over again.
And it's Sunday. It's a beautiful day. You walk into the club that you haven't been in since Friday, and weirdly, there is Tango. You've not been here long. You've not been here long enough to know that Tango and Sylvie do not get here this early in the morning. But there he is, alone.
By the way, is Tango on morphine at this point?
Would you like to be?
Yes. I don't know what morphine.
Wait, this is the next morning.
Yeah.
You're
next
still
morning.
hyped. Yeah, this is the next morning, right? Or are you still hyped up? Because that's different. That means you've been using all night.
I could say I've been using all night because I think it's been a night.
How does Sylvie feel? Sylvie, did you two?
I was going to say Sylvie actually.
Did we go to bed that night at that point?
I was going to say Sylvie is. I was planning to have her there fairly early the next morning too, because she's in a mood.
Yeah. So I think that did you two leave together? By the way, I feel like all that hugging is going to get rid of your stress, my dear Sylvie, and that morphine's going to get rid of your physical stress, my dear Tango.
Yes. Which stress do I get to get rid of?
I just got rid of it for you. Just your mental stress. No consequences, just your mental stress.
Hey.
Do you two leave together?
Toward the club?
Mm-hmm.
We probably should. If he's on that much morphine, he's not going to make it by himself.
Yeah.
They're both there then. Both Sylvie and Tango are in the club.
We're both there. It was probably, by the way, an awkward night.
How awkward?
And you were hyped up on morphine.
Yeah, because I'm hyped on morphine. It was an awkward night.
Chilled.
I don't even know what is, by the way, anyone in chat or anybody who knows, what do you do on morphine?
It's an opiate. It's a it's an opiate, so it's a euphoric. Right, so you're gonna feel no pain, my friend.
Somebody's riding that French dragon.
Having a great
time.
You are Travolta driving around in Pulp Fiction.
Yes,
exactly.
Yes, you
That's
are.
how you feel.
Yes.
I've always wanted to be Travolta in Pulp Fiction, so that works. That works for me. Wow, I'm such a baby when it comes to drugs. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think that night when he got back, Sylvie would have joined for a little bit of morphine, but she's older and a little more experienced. She's like, you know what, morphine sounds fun. You're doing a little much though. You have a nice time.
Yeah,
This is
in
how
his
much I
ears,
need.
literally to the record player, just like, okay, go to bed. It's fine. I'm gonna be right.
Have a nice time.
I'm just gonna dance.
Do you stay home, Sylvie, that night?
I think so.
All right, just asking.
As opposed to what?
It's supposed to going out. Like, I don't know, maybe you go to Charlie's.
That
just
probably
asking.
not that night.
Just asking. I was just asking. So about 8 a.m, Oscar comes in with a brand new motorcycle into the club. Regina's not here yet, but you two are, and in comes Oscar.
Guten Morgen.
You. That's what you have to say?
Good morning, Oscar. I have missed you. Where have you been? We've all been very worried.
Thank you for your concern, but I'm fine.
What do you have to say for yourself?
Yeah, say it, man. Just say it. Because I'd love to know what you say for yourself.
Is this a test? I would say that I'm
Sylvie, like very deliberately clacks her heels up to him and like hauls back and smacks him across the face.
Whoa!
Real hard. How dare you come into my bar? My bar! These people are family here. We brought you in here as family. And you let the youngest of us, someone we care for. What did you do? What did you do?
I killed Luke's father.
You killed Luke!
I don't believe that's what occurred. And I did not.
He
see it there, Sylvie.
confessed to them, Oscar. They killed 100 people last night because of you. 100 people died because of this. Are you happy? Does this make you happy? Is this a game to you?
Are these questions you wish me to answer, or
maybe
is this just
maybe
a
you
rant?
should, yeah, let him answer a question, Sylvie. You're a bit, and Tango's gonna come up and try to like console Sylvie a bit and kind of like brush her away from Oscar.
I will not be brushed away.
But there's brushing.
You all saw what had become of Luke. His father was abusive. He was continuing that abuse onto his mother. Luke was going to kill his father. I would not allow this. And
are you a part of this team or not?
This is an interesting question.
Yes or no? It's an easy question.
Of course.
Then act like it.
I did.
You did not. You went off on your own and you put one of us at risk, and now he has agreed to join those fascist boys that they've brainwashed. We don't know where he is. We can't get him.
You have given up already. If I had let the boy go up to his father's house with the gun that he had taken from Bricktops, he would have been gunned down in the hallway. He would be dead now. So if his life is worth less than the 100 that you say that they rounded up and killed, then yes, I'm at fault for that.
But why did you help him? Why didn't you stop him? You're older, you're wiser, you're smarter.
Sylvie, it sounds like Luke didn't. It sounds like Oscar didn't have.
Luke doesn't know, he's a child.
Sounds like Luke was going to do it whether Oscar was going to be there or not. Is that right, Oscar?
But he wasn't. But Oscar was there.
Sylvie, let him talk.
The boy was intending to kill his father. Could I have talked him out of it? Yes.
Then Why didn't you? If we are together, we have to be together. We have to think smarter than this. We can't be selfish. This is bigger than any one of us. We are fighting a war. We cannot be individuals in this. We can't go after revenge. We can't go after our personal vendettas like this. People are dying because of decisions that we are making. And I couldn't stop any of this.
This is when Regina comes in.
We're yelling again.
Yes. We're yelling.
Hi, Oscar.
And he's,
Good morning, Regina.
Regina, Oscar killed
I know.
Luke's father.
I'm aware.
Okay, well, I'm just going to go back and get people drink orders. Anybody want anything?
If you all want to run the bar yourselves, I cannot try to clean up these messes. I cannot go in there. I cannot hear about his confession. I cannot walk into a drug deal that I am now taking on myself. I cannot hear about the ghosts from my past coming at me about how I didn't change my bar and how I fought to keep it from becoming a brothel. So only now it could become a brothel.
Tango's going to stop and
I'm going for a walk.
Wait, first off, are you still, Sylvie's still in?
Yeah.
She's just right. She hasn't gone anywhere. She's
You're right. You're right in Oscar's face, correct?
Yeah.
Oscar,
when she gets in a face, she likes to stay in said face.
Right. Oscar is going to reach out for your shoulder lightly, if that's something that you will allow. I don't know in what state Sylvie is for physical contact.
She's a touchy person. She generally doesn't disallow.
She's also clearly on edge, by the way. She is clearly on edge.
Touch is a love language.
Like she may like grumble about it, but like, you know, I mean, she's.
It's more of a touch to direct her gaze. I know that but back to Oscar, just 100% to Oscar.
Oh, what?
You're right. You're right about all of it.
She looks real suspicious. She's also not used to like having people validate her being right on occasion. So about what?
About your bar, about the boy, about my part in it. But I need to show you and you alone something. Would you like to take a ride? It involves everything that you just said.
I
war.
I love rides. Everyone, I'm taking a ride now. Assure Charlie that I will be back in time for everything, in time to help prepare. And oh yes, everyone, please make note that Charlie knows everything about everything now. She is now on the inner circle. She was very hurt that she wasn't before, but she is now. So,
okay.
Sylvie.
Yes.
We will take care of the bar because we all take care of this bar. You'll be fine.
Yes.
Take a ride.
And Sylvie?
I won't. Hands in the clear. Hands to the Lord.
And Sylvie, you are not doing this alone. I know it may feel like that, but you're not. And he's going to walk over to Oscar and is like, whatever you got to tell her, just, I don't know. She's starting to break down. So.
I think that she is starting to clear. And so we will speak on this.
Yeah.
Can I get an empathy roll from Tango?
Not his best thing in the world. Actually, pretty good from him.
Nope.
Okay. But
unless you want to spend a fate point.
I mean, there'll be more opportunities.
Yeah, I think
certainly.
I'm okay with this.
Okay.
Just a one.
Regina says, when you're done with your drive, I would also like to speak with you, Oscar. Would you meet me after lunch in the Strasse?
Yeah.
There's a German officer uniform in the closet below. Please wear it.
I will.
Please.
Why?
I would like to go stake police headquarters. And I want us to be able to walk around without drawing too much suspicion. I have a new toy. And I point to the brooch. A camera. Small. Discreet. We're still looking for Luke. I'd like to see if I can put eyes on him.
I will meet you, but we will see about the uniform. And let us just look first.
I can't force him, and Regina's not going to try. Cover is a cover, but if he doesn't want it, I mean, she gets it. She wouldn't want to wear it either, right? And she nods and says nothing, and she says, I have to leave again. I have a lunch date.
A date?
I cut eyes at Sylvie, like, when does Regina actually go on a date that's not business?
You never know.
I guess we don't.
But I hope to be the first to.
Seems that you always seem to know about my dates before I do.
I'm well connected.
Some would say.
Also, we just all listen. You actually have no clue when people want to go on dates with you.
Tango.
Yeah.
As much as I appreciate the candor, I don't.
Oh, but I think you do.
So a ride, Oscar.
And Regina leaves again.
Well, those two leave first.
I guess that's true. Yeah, they'll leave first. Regina will gather some supplies for lunch.
It's just
bread, cheese,
you and Tango together.
Small things.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna. I am gonna at one point. A basket. As she's packing a basket, like, do you need help packing the basket? No.
Yeah, last time I checked, I'm capable of putting bread and cheese into a wicker basket.
I get it. I just
I'll tell you what I tell Luke.
Okay.
Speak your mind. If you don't have anything to say, don't say it. If you do, put words to it.
Sure. I just feel like you're still angry with me.
Tango.
Yeah.
In the midst of all of this, you're concerned that I am angry with you.
All right. It makes your friendship means a lot to me. And I just want to make sure we're okay. You know, after all the stuff with the Russians, you know, like, it's just.
If you're asking if I've forgiven you for trying to give our radios away, the answer is no. If you're asking, are we friends on the occasion?
Well, all right, on the occasion. I can handle with on the occasion. I don't know. You know, you're amazing, right? Like, you're doing amazing work, and you are stoic and strong, and you're an amazing person. And I hope you realize that for yourself and not just me saying it.
I think there are more important things for me to worry about.
I think that sometimes it's nice to hear the truth about yourself, especially in times like these where all we have is negative. So I'm just going to say that, let you pack your bag, and I'm going to go, I don't know.
Tango.
Smoke a cigarette downstairs and just think about everything in my life.
Stop talking, Tango. I'm trying to ask a question.
Yeah.
Would you
He's already pulling out a
like to make 2 sandwiches for my picnic?
Really?
As long as
Well, what kind of sandwich are you looking for here? You just want me to? I'll make two sandwiches.
I just need 2 sandwiches, Tango. You like sandwiches?
I love sandwiches.
Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate your kind words.
Okay.
I wish that they were coming at a better time.
I think, and he already is starting like, and his whole body, because he was not in a good place all day yet today and yesterday for a lot of reasons, and now he's finally it's like, back is up straight. He's starting to make the sandwiches. He's like, I'm going to be honest, I think that this is the absolute best time to hear when you are amazing. And Regina, you are one of the most amazing people I've ever met in my life. And I have met a lot of amazing people, and I'm going to make you an amazing sandwich. Nope. I met a lot of amazing people. I've traveled the world as much as you may have, or maybe more.
Roll empathy.
You're going
roll
to
empathy.
regret
Tango, roll
making
empathy.
me ask you to make sandwiches, aren't you?
Good.
Your consequence is now in recovery.
Yes.
So we're just having this pleasant conversation. I just feel like I'm finally breaking through this barrier, this shell of her, as I'm making these sandwiches, these 2 perfect artisan sandwiches.
I would thank you for the sandwiches.
You're welcome.
I have to go do this thing.
Yeah.
Right.
By the way, friend to a friend.
Is it an occasion?
How are you romantically doing? Because we're friends, we can talk about these things. I made you sandwiches, so I know there's a couple of ladies going on. You can talk to Tango.
No, Tango. This is not an occasion for that conversation. And
I just made you
I
sandwiches.
Don't have multiple ladies.
It feels like
the only lady that I have is one strapped to my ankle.
Oh, wow. Did you name it Hannah, or did you name it something else? Was it Sylvie?
Named it after my mother.
Oh, well, you got really real just then. Okay.
I think what I'm trying to say, Tango, is whatever you think is going on is not going on.
I think you need something
careful
going on, or else you need some passion to fight for. Otherwise, why are you fighting?
I have plenty of passion to fight for. Starving people, children, my country that bleeds like this one. I have plenty of things to fight for. The last thing I need is snogging.
Snogging? Is that what you call it? Snogging?
It is a technical term.
It is a technical term. Snogging. All right. Well, I'm going to name this sandwich Snogging, and that is a Tango Snogger right there. That's what you get. All right. Well, when you're ready to talk about it, you just let me know. And when you're ready to hear me talk about my stuff, I'll want to fucking talk about it.
I'm not going to ever be ready for that, Tango. I can't talk. This is inappropriate workplace conversation. I'm taking my lunch and leaving.
All right.
I snatch up. I throw the. And then I.
Do you want a to-go shot?
And she slams it down and she's like, I may be having lunch with a woman, but that does not mean I am juggling women, Tango.
Okay.
That's all I have to say about that.
You can.
It is for work.
It is for work.
I am working. I'm trying to get us a new connection.
Oh, you are working it. I'm sure of that. So go work, have fun, and don't die by the hand of Nazis. When you get back, if you'd like to gossip a little bit, I'm just letting you know your best friend Tango's here for you. Also, I kind of need somebody to talk to about couple things, and I don't think I have anyone to talk to.
It's a
And you're
good
like
thing
the closest one
that my
I can
gun is
talk
on
to.
my ankle.
Which
Well,
named,
might have to meet my mother.
not after your
So
mother.
I'm gonna just say this, Tango.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make it very clear to you.
Yeah.
Over the last 6 months, everything that I know of intimacy has been with men who wear a swastika, who have imposed their systems and their brothels upon me for doing my job. If you think that I have any capacity to worry about sleeping with someone else, you are sorely mistaken. Most days, I can't look my naked body in the mirror. So, if you want to talk about it, you best buckle up. Yesterday, I was interrogated by 3 men standing in a towel in a man's apartment I did not know. I had to lie about being a prostitute. This amazing Regina you talk about, a chemist, an assassin. A lowly sex worker. For the Germans. So the next time you decide to pry into my personal life, realize that not all of us get the kind of intimacy that you get on a regular basis. I'm going to be late for my very promiscuous date. And I snatch up my bag, or my basket, and I walk out.
Oh.
And there's Tango alone in the bar. But meanwhile, where...
Take a lone shot, by the way, at that point.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Just like alone, just
Yeah.
like, oh, like that, like,
Yeah.
oh, man,
Yeah.
I upset my friend shot. Like,
where does Oscar take Sylvie on this motorcycle that is fine and nice? It's a nice motorcycle.
South of Paris, there is a rise overlooking the city, and he wouldn't take her too far out, maybe a mile or two when the country begins.
Yeah. And it is beautiful. It's summer. You're outside of the city now. Things are green. And he's taken you out to a beautiful place.
You take the bike into a field and climb up, because it can also go off-road. So he would take it into the field and climb it up to the rise off of the road, a good quarter mile in case there's any type of vehicular traffic, and just let the bike die out and throw down the stand and offer his hand to help her off.
She will accept because she appreciates gentlemanly behavior. This is a nice bike. Where did you get it?
Gestapo headquarters.
Ah, I approve.
I do too. It's a nice bike. And he goes over and makes sure that both his pistol and his MP40 are still in the satchels, the saddlebags. He'd walk over and just stare down at Paris. Sylvie, have you ever...
Sylvie will follow and kind of go over and look too.
Sylvie, have you ever been unable to perform?
No, who told you that?
No, that's not what I mean.
Oh.
I mean, if you are impaired, a sickness, just lost your voice, perhaps as the show you were in closed, you were between performances for too long.
How do you think my entire career started? You know, wasn't always like this for me. The glamour and delight you see before you is not how it always was, I suppose.
But you could never guess because you are a performer.
I do it every day, 24 hours.
that makes you very special.
Well,
Yeah.
I suppose it allows me the fortune of never not performing.
Right.
And you?
I've been unable to perform for a decade, almost.
Yes, I heard that you are quite the dancer. You know, Tango talks in his sleep sometimes.
When the mood strikes me, and there's something to dance to.
Well, you know, we have a full band almost every night. A band that plays music. I would like to say, a little biased as though I may be, pretty good music, all things considered. Are you a waltzer? We don't play that.
I can, but I don't. You mentioned
When did
something
you-
about the war.
Yes.
Do you think you're winning?
Oscar. Why did you bring me up here?
Because you are a performer. And because you understand.
Do I think we're winning? Do I think we're capable of winning? Anything's
That's not
possible.
what I asked. I asked if you are.
Are we? Well, I think that I prefer not to think about it. Because I feel that any time, if I let myself think about something like that, it's like weighing odds if the house is stacked against you. Why even try playing, right? And you don't know. You could get lucky. We have to do what we can anyway. It's either that or do nothing, right? Doesn't really matter if we're winning right now.
Pardon me for saying this, but I believe you care more than you are letting on.
Well, obviously, or else I wouldn't have, I suppose, flown off the handle back there, and for that I apologize. An employer should never just unduly yell at their employees. That's, you know, generally frowned upon. I think they have workshops for that or something like that.
I know I appreciate your passion. It is revelatory. It shows that you care. It shows that... But I have a question that I did not wish to ask in front of the others. How did you know all of this about Luke? You went there?
Well, I was feeling particularly, also, as an employer, as you might guess, I was feeling, I'll admit this to you, but dare not speak a word of this to anyone else. Guilty.
My lips are sealed.
Perfect. I was feeling guilty. We've been leaving Charlie to do a lot of the work on her own. And, well, Charlie and I go back quite a great deal. And I went to visit. And, you know, after quite an interesting evening with some guests of various sorts, she had mentioned that Luke had been on a mission, I believe she said. He had taken a gun. And she told me that she had told you, and you went after him. Then I heard the radio about the police chief being assassinated, put two and two together, and went to see what I could see.
If you, without trying to sound condescending, this was very brave.
I'm not being condescending.
No. I do not wish to sound condescending when I tell you that I believe you are being very brave.
Oh, I would never. And thank you. It was, well, I'll be quite frank, it was awful. I hated it. I don't like police stations. I don't find it amusing to me. Besides, you may not know this about me, but I first came to Paris because I was on the run from the police. I don't really want to deal with them here.
I understand that. Was there any Germans, officers, Gestapo, military intelligence that was there with the in the police station?
No, they all seemed pretty boring, normal, dull. I did get the opportunity to meet the new chief of police fellow. He is a hard nut to crack. He was not even moved by my charms. Can you imagine that?
That's okay. He doesn't realize that he owes you a favor yet.
Well, luckily, the interrogation was stopped by my new friend. What is his name? Henri something or another. I'm sure we'll be meeting him soon enough. We're going to be selling his heroin now.
Is this
Long story.
Is this something that you wish to do? It seemed...
No. But, c'est la vie. It is what it is, and we are in difficult times. But, listen, Oscar, you know that I only yell out of love.
Not mad about your yelling at all. It's not hurt my feelings.
Well, no, but I did possibly hurt your face, you know, and I only strike out of love too, unless I'm not striking out of love. Sometimes I strike out of anger, or a delightful combination of the two. That was kind of a combination of the two, but it was still love. It was a strike of love. And I just want you to know that, listen, I've never been as close to Luke as Regina has. And I imagine you at this point, you've run around with Regina quite a bit more than I have. But I mean, he's still one of us, right? I feel myself personally responsible.
This is good, a good feeling to have. It is something that the boy desperately needs.
Do you know how many of, Oscar, do you know how many of my band they've taken that I had to replace?
I fear that we have walked similar paths, Sylvie. I lost many as well.
But I was in charge of them. I was their employer. I was their boss. They were children. We didn't have adults to play once this all started. We relied on amateurs. You of all people know who comprise the amateurs. They're children. And they took them. I don't even know where they've gone. You know, and I couldn't do anything about that. You know, Luke, at least he's
someone you can help.
At least he's not Jewish, and it pains me to say that, because why should that even be something that a person says? Oh, it sickens me.
Yeah.
You know we would do the same thing for you, though. But carefully. Carefully, Oscar. We would plan it carefully. We would get you out, and we would erase all traces.
I know that you would try. And it is why we are having this conversation.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I don't try anything. Sylvie Moreau does not try.
I'm going to say something that I don't mean to be an attack, but it will sound aggressive.
Well, I'm ready to strike you again, so...
I'm prepared to be struck.
I'll allow it.
The other two, Regina and Tango, they are playing fast and loose. Very fast and very loose.
They're young.
They don't know how to fight a war.
They're young. They haven't had to fight other people's wars.
They are not going to have the opportunity to grow old, Sylvie.
None of the Parisians will. Look down there. The people that were killed last night, none of them French citizens, but does it matter?
They all matter. They all are remembered. They are all thought of when you decide on a course of action, which is why we are here, the 100. There is, of course, Luke, and the troubles that he is in that you have mitigated somewhat, but there is the 100, and that was the last 100 that I could allow before I played my cards.
I fear that no one is going to remember them. Everyone is too grateful that they weren't among them.
I will remember them even though I have never seen them. Perhaps I did rubbed shoulders with them in the square, but...
Our city grows smaller day by day.
The Gestapo knows about Bricktops. They are watching you.
Well, if we are truly doomed and everyone's watching, we should give them something to look at, should we not?
What did you have in mind?
I'm not sure, but I don't know. I'm in a mood. It's been a minute since we've done something spectacular.
I will at this point remind you that I am standing here. My bike and my weapons are over there in the saddlebags of the motorcycle, and you are between me and them.
I'm not going to shoot you, Oscar.
I am Gestapo.
I don't shoot out of love.
I am Gestapo.
What?
I was sent to find out what Bricktops was, how they worked with German intelligence. They are watching you. So I will ask again, do you think you are winning, Sylvie?
Well, apparently not.
You can be.
I'm listening.
I wish to play on the boards again. To be an actor on the stage. I have not heard the song or danced since quite some time. I wish to do it now, but not for the Reich. I wish to be with a company of players.
And, well, given what you've said, how can I trust you?
You cannot. The only thing is, given what I know, and what was so easily obtained from Regina and Tango, I could have had the Gestapo storming Bricktops. But I do not wish that. I wish something else.
What do you wish?
I am not sure yet if it is to be a comedy or a tragedy. but I wish to make them dance.
You are an intriguing man, and one that I can appreciate. A planner. I like that. And besides, don't be droll. I wouldn't have asked how I know I can trust you. You wouldn't have told me and put me between you and your weapons. I'm not an idiot.
You are a fine actress.
I wonder. Well, for another time, planning perhaps, but is this to stay between us?
If I were to ask you to have this stay between you and me and not include Tango or Regina, was that something that would instill more trust in you, given the revelations, or less trust in you?
I don't personally feel it's my place to tell them. I feel that's your job.
How do you feel? You know them well. They are your lovers, your friends. Do you think that they would appreciate my occupation?
I think at the end of the day, well, Regina is utilitarian. If you have something that can be useful to us, I think she will indeed appreciate it.
She's also German. She could just as easily shoot me in the face.
She could easily shoot any of us in the face, and has threatened to on more than one occasion. Bring her something useful, and you will be in like gold.
But see, that is something that I have already done. For you see, as I said, I am Gestapo. And as far as the Gestapo believes, I am the new Arctic wolf.
Really? Well, now this is fascinating. I knew I liked you. We clearly have not been supplying you with enough drinks either. Awful. This is a failing on my part. You have my full apologies. Well, and as far as Tango goes, I feel if you teach him some dancing and you give him a hug and you tell him nice things, I think that he'll be fine. And don't kill him. I like him.
I had no intention of killing any of you.
Well, good, because then I would shoot you with no love. And that would make me very sad. You don't want to do that.
I would prepare to be shot if that was the case.
That's good. I would hate to have to shoot you.
So those are my cards. Well, the higher suits, anyway.
No. You don't have to expose all of your cards. Interesting. Well, if you were to ask me now if I felt like we were winning, I might have a different answer for you.
You read my mind.
I definitely feel much better than I did earlier today. I do. I'm in a much more chipper mood. I must thank you for this delightful ride. It is really the fresh air, the fresh country air, the bright sky, all of this wonderful news. How can I repay you? I've given you a job that others can know about, so that's nice.
Yeah.
And as a bonus, I don't know, but how's your singing voice?
Oh, this is not as good as my dancing.
We can use that. I appreciate what you say about performing and being back on the stage, and I think that's wonderful. And I definitely think we'll use that. However, from one more literal performer to another, how would you like to actually perform again in a way that people can appreciate. Something a little less deadly, I was thinking.
I would, as long as it doesn't entail me dressing up like a German officer, something I could get on board with.
What if it entailed you maybe once in a while putting on a dress? Just for like a moment, just a moment.
Wasn't that as a tease? I would be upset if I could only wear it for a moment.
Ah, wonderful. I think we'll get along just well. Well, Oscar, listen, I do trust you. You didn't have to tell me all of this for me to trust you, but I'm sure you know that. And this definitely broadens our horizons of planning and changes a lot of the directions that we can go.
So what do you think the direction should be?
Well,
what is at the top of Sylvie's list?
I would love. So your boss, Tristan Hassel, the head of Gestapo, Tristan, the lover of jazz, Tristan the gentleman, Tristan who just so chivalrously took my hand and then tortured me for a while. That Tristan, that's the one I'm referring to.
For a moment, I thought we were thinking of two different people, but yes, the end.
An easy mistake to
around.
make.
Yes.
I would love to frame him for the murder of Falca. That's really, I'm a simple woman. And I feel that we can really watch a lot of dancing if we get the two sides in the same floor together.
I will warn you that the Reich is built upon checks and balances within itself. If we begin something like this, it is sure to bring in suspicion, and he looks down at the city. Paris will suffer for it, just like the 100 did last night.
I'm sure I don't have to tell you that we are not moving in any direction where less are going to suffer. And the longer this drags on, the more will be rounded up, the more will be killed. The more spectacular we can make things in a single go, perhaps the quicker we can end it. I don't know. I'm a jazz singer, not a strategist. You asked what I wanted, that's what I want.
Yes, but you have just said some things that doesn't make sense to me. You say you are a jazz singer, but you are not a strategist. Of course you are. That is jazz. You know where to go before the music does. You are a general on the boards. And that's why we are having this conversation.
I play by instinct.
Improvisation. It's a beautiful thing. I would ask one thing of you.
Go on.
Do you like the theater? Just plays, musicals?
Well, I wasn't born singing jazz, Show tunes, all of those things. Those are my starters. Cut the teeth, that sort of thing. Why do you ask?
I need someone to go to the theater with me. There's a show, Fear and Misery in the Third Reich. I wish to go see it.
You don't think you would get some looks? I don't know if you've noticed this, but I'm less blonde than some.
Well, let them look.
Well, consider it done. I'd be happy to join.
It's a date then. But first, perhaps we should stop by the police station.
Yes. That That. Yes. We should.
He would indicate the bike, and he would stand where he is. If there's anything that you need to do with the bike.
Well, I'm not going to light it on fire. It's a nice bike.
I do not want you to think that I am going to try to stop you. If you get to the bike, draw one of the weapons and shoot me. I will die looking at Paris.
Don't be ridiculous. Sylvie's just going to go and sit on the back of the bike. And if you keep me waiting, I'm going to be irritable.
He would smile then, snap a bit of a theater bow to the City of Lights, and turn back to his partner and swing onto the bike as he turns around and says, "This is like a dance as well, the bike. That's why I prefer to, no offense, the van is very nice, but this moves, sways. Does it
The
not?"
only way you can feel the road.
He swings back off of the bike and indicates the driver's seat. Do you drive?
I thought you'd never ask.
And then with her permission, he is going to get into what would be the spotter's chair on this type of bike. But then he is going to scoot behind her until his chest is to her back, if that's allowed. And when they start to ride again, he would put his hands on the bars, the handlebars as well. And as they move back and forth, he would hum a little bit worse for tune than he dances as they go back into the city.
And I imagine it's St. Louis Blues that he hums.
It certainly is.
And when they arrive at the police station, I imagine it's past time that Regina is there because she was meant to wait to meet them all to sort of do some surveillance. And the three of you in front of this police station, your lunch, Regina, went very well. And there was one piece of information you learned, that this flyer must have been printed on a private press. It couldn't have been too big. Perhaps it would have been... It's not small.
Manual? It's a manual press.
It's a manual
probably.
press.
Somebody's, like, cranking them.
Mm-hmm. But a larger one. It's a manual one, but larger. But it would have been sort of like it would have been a nice lunch. And as you three are in front of this police station, I'm going to slide to Tango for something, but I'm going to ask you first, you three, what do you do as you are there? Are you staking out? What do the three of you do? I want to know, I want to be able to visualize it as we...
Regina's there to get information.
Mm-hmm.
What does this look like? How much German occupation is here? I mean, she's there for, you know, what she does.
Mm-hmm.
She's there for information and intel.
Mm-hmm.
Sylvie's going to say, just to herself, knowing that neither of them are probably going to get it, I'm not letting either of you hit me in the face for this.
Okay. Regina's like, okay, I'll just scratch that off my list. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah,
That's your all's version of get help from Thor.
Yeah.
Somebody
Like,
get help. All right.
yeah, no, I mean, like, Regina's all business. I would say, she didn't expect him to pull up with Sylvie.
Yeah.
So she would keep a distance because gatherings of people are not
Mm-hmm.
smart, especially out front of a police station. So you would see Regina like maybe on a bench or leaning up next to some light post, gingerly touching her brooch taking like pictures of the surveillance of this place.
I think, Regina, give me either awareness or tradecraft, and I'd like a roll from each of you two, what you would like to roll in order to gather information about this space. You can use whichever skill, whatever skill you use would be the one that will give you that kind of information.
Awareness seems like a fine thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have one.
On awareness.
Mm-hmm.
Don't fail me now.
Mm-hmm. Regina, that is not good enough. Would you like to succeed at a major cost, or would you like me to ask you a question on behalf of the police force?
Well, I don't want that to happen. So Regina will probably
Or you can
take
spend
the
fate
stress.
points.
I've spent a lot of fate points today.
If I could give you one, I totally would.
I know. My rolls just haven't been great. I will just.
Because you have 3 as a group.
Yeah. Really, what I'm looking for is Luke, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I guess so. If everybody's cool with it, I'll spend another one. We almost at the end, right?
So each of you can ask me one question based on things you can observe through awareness.
Any Germans going into the police station?
You sit and you watch, and what's interesting to you is that there are none. It seems to you as if at least nothing of note, right? I mean, it seems to you as if the Paris police are trying very hard to keep autonomy from the German occupiers. That seems to be important to this new chief, that he can sort of maintain this police force that is not just a puppet of the Germans. So while there might be somebody who comes in, it does not seem to you as if they have a large or strong presence.
They
Fox.
just finished their roundup and execution, correct?
The night before, yes.
How busy do they look?
They seem, how do I put this? They seem very harried. They don't seem to be in a very good space. They seem to be overextended. The people that you see coming in and out seem exhausted. They seem to you to be precarious, is what you would say. Precarious and overextended and stressed.
I want
Regina.
to see my friend.
Mm-hmm. Regina, your question.
Do I see Luke?
You do not.
Okay.
As you're waiting, let's go back over to Bricktops for a moment. Tango, you are there. Everyone's left you. You know pretty soon it's about that time when Charlie would probably show up.
Yeah, I know they left me.
They did. Hello, voice. And
Anyways.
you know that it's about time for Charlie to come in.
Yeah.
And there is a knock at the front door right about the time that she should show up.
I'm going to open the door for her.
And there you see not Charlie, but Luke.
Luke.
And Greg, yes, you may. Please do. And he's standing in front of the club, and he looks exhausted. That is enough, by the way, to put Sylvie's lowest consequence into recovery.
Can I spend my faint point to make it a 4?
Her 4 is already good. You need a 6 to get that. And that one is actually a bigger problem because that's the police.
Yeah, I don't. Our nice talk's not going to get the police off me.
Yeah.
But you beautiful, beautiful man. Thank you.
And
So I'm going to look at Luke and
he's
be like,
standing there. He's wearing this sort of blue uniform of the sort of like, you know, the Youth Francais. And he's looking embarrassed, sheepish. He looks actually a little bit worse for wear. You saw him the night before. It looks to you as if somebody has worked him over a little bit. And he stands there, not coming in, just looking so embarrassed.
Luke, what's wrong? And Tango's going to, and I imagine Tango always has something in his hand, in his left hand, just either a drink or coffee. It's just, there's always something just in his left hand. He's going to come in. It's like, Luke. He's going to look around. Does he see anything?
Give me an awareness.
I knew you would say that.
Roll well.
Oh, God, Luke. Oh, my God.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a second.
Roll well.
There we are. Okay. Awareness. I'm glad you said that because I'm terrible at it. So, damn it.
Give it to me. The clicking, it's making me.
I know. Is it not rolling? I'm so nervous.
I know, me too. Because I have a stealth I need to roll.
You don't need
I do have a stealth I need to roll.
There we go.
Mediocre. Okay.
Oh, no.
All right. Do you want to do anything about that?
You should do something about that.
All right. Yeah.
Fine.
Let me.
I will note that you have a boost called Nothing Gets Past You.
Nothing gets past me. Also, I'm going to spend a fate point.
So that puts you up to a 4, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I do a 4, I'm just going to keep it that.
You may ask me one question.
My question is very simple. Does Luke look like a man who gave us up?
No, he does not.
Okay.
But as he stands there, looking embarrassed and sheepish, and it's now late enough in the day that people are out on the streets, and he looks like he just wants to come into the club, but he feels like he doesn't. It looks like he doesn't feel like he deserves to come into the club.
I'm going to put an arm around his shoulder, and I'm going to carry him basically into the club with that. And I'm like, Luke.
As you lean forward and put your arm around him, and you're stepping out of the club onto the streets, the bright streets of the day, you see someone you recognize. Briefly, you don't know this person well. It's somebody from the cleaners, you think. It was somebody who worked for the cleaners, that group that you know, they're sort of criminals in the underworld. And he's walking down the street, and you catch his eye because it looks as if he's going to he's on his way to the club, perhaps to talk to you. And you just sort of catch it, and that's the only thing you do catch. What you don't catch is the other man. There's another man that
There's always another man.
And you don't see until far too late.
Far too late.
Far
the
too
story
late.
of my life. Way too close to home. Okay. All
and
right. So
let me tell you what
here's
happens, because you do not see it until it is a little bit too late. This man who works, who you know, who you've worked with, is walking up. He does not seem to be in any way connected with Luke at all. But then another man that you don't see until you hear the gunshots. A man, this one here in the middle, Crazy Pete, Pierre Luttrell, walks up right in the middle of the street with like a machine gun in the middle of the street and just shoots him dead.
Shoots who dead?
The man who worked for the cleaners, who was coming to maybe talk to you. Just shoots him dead in a hail of bullets. There's bullets everywhere as this guy in the middle of the street just shoots him dead, and people start screaming, and then he just walks away.
No, he's not going to walk away. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do because I'm Team Chaos. And you know what?
He's got a machine gun. I'm going to just point that out.
I don't give a shh.
And by the way, Luke freaks out.
I'm going, so the door's open, right? I'm going to shove Luke into the club. In my back pocket is a gun. And I'm going to casually, in a very casual way, because I don't feel like this guy is here for me. I feel like he was here for the cleaners. I feel like this guy is not looking for me. I feel like everything that's going on right now, this guy doesn't care about Tango. Tango might as well be invisible, which is exactly where Tango has existed his entire life, which is why we're still walking very casually and calmly.
You go out onto the street, heading after him?
I am. And my hope is that he doesn't really notice me.
Give me an awareness.
It's very good awareness. Superb, though, is my roll.
You, as you are approaching him from behind, you notice that he's approaching a car, and he's got 2 or 3 men there. And by the bulges in their overcoats, they seem to be armed. And also...
So it's him and plus 2...
He's got 3 people there. The tags on the car are German. German tags, i.e. From the occupying force.
Here's what I'd like to do. I have a stunt called Never Trust Tango.
Yep.
Which allows me to use a stealth or deception instead of a skill for my first combat action.
That is correct. Yes, you do.
Because at this point, would I know enough? And you tell me, would I know enough that I know that this is the guy that I've been hearing about? Crazy Pete. Because I feel like I'm pretty connected, and I've been actually hearing about these guys at this point. And they just like we're selling heroin or whatever. Is it heroin? We're selling heroin.
It's their heroin specifically.
I think I would have known enough to know that this is Crazy Pete.
Give me resources, your criminal resources. Roll it for me.
Gladly. Superb.
Okay. This is what you know. Well, you get 2 questions. Ask me 2 questions. Or a question and a boost. It's up to you. Either 2 questions or a question and a boost.
Is Crazy Pete part of the heroin bullshit we have to deal with?
You don't know people as well as you know goods, right? But there's something you do know about goods. And one thing that you know about goods is that you have been traveling about, right? Looking into your contacts. And you have heard something for a while now that there's something new that has been set up called, if you remember correctly, it was called the French Connection. And some Corsican mobsters were sort of running heroin from Turkey. They had probably served there, you think, from Turkey through Marseille and into the United States. And it's a new thing that is bringing a lot of drugs through the city. And you know that some people here, and you had heard about this, a little bit about this group, were not the ones in Marseille where the port is, but there's a connection here. And that Crazy Pete, you'd heard about Crazy Pete, but he's not the leader of this particular group. He's a person who is very violent and quite dangerous. And you'd heard whispers that he has committed crimes in broad daylight and no one has arrested him. That is what you've heard about him.
Here's another thing. So my friends are my world, and also the cleaners are part of our fucking,
they're one of your allies.
They're our allies. And I know for a fact that if it were the other way around, an ally would defend us, right? So cleaners are getting cleaned right now, not dealing with it. I also vaguely understand who Crazy Pete is, I think. And I think I vaguely understand where his connection to me in the world is. And I think that's why he shoves Luke in.
Yeah.
Slams the door. He's going to use his stunt, Never Trust Tango. He's going to use deception. And what he's going to do is he's going to, and this is the movie moment of this, right? The cinematic moment where he's just going to like slow walk through this tree. And
you can hear
Crazy
him laughing.
Pete doesn't even,
you can hear him laughing.
I'm sure.
Because he just shot this guy dead and he thinks it's funny.
And he's going to go right up. I don't know how you're going to allow this or whatever. I'll give you two options. One, he goes up to basically an alley where he goes around a corner and he's just going to, like, because he doesn't want people to know it's Tango who shot him, but he's going to aim right for his fucking head and try to shoot him. Or he's just literally going to go up right to Crazy Pete and go right to his head because Crazy Pete has his back to him, all that stuff.
Which one do you want to do?
I'd rather shoot him in the head right next to him. Just get that moment. And I know that he has two dudes with him. But I think I can get through this with chaos.
Okay. I'm going to need from you, let's say stealth.
I have a death wish.
Let's say stealth.
I really should not have downgraded stealth.
It's fair. It's fair. That is enough. That is let me get their awareness for our average dudes. That was a 5, the first one. I double clicked.
Okay.
They will notice you coming, so you will not get a boost on this. And you step forward.
Yeah.
Your go. You're right behind him.
I am right behind him. I would like to use deceive. Yeah. And what this deceive is going to be is just actually going to be me like clapping for him. And basically being like, oh, that was a work of art. That was amazing. What you just did. And he's just like clapping and just like laughing and laughing with him, right? Like that's the deception. Would you like me to roll that?
I assume this is an attack.
All right, I think I already did this. No.
You just do yourself. I assume this is an attack.
This is going to be the attack because as soon as I get close enough, I'm actually going to go in for a hug. Like, this is great. And pull out the gun and I'm going to try to shoot him up the throat.
Roll your deception. That's a 5. And I believe you get a +2.
Yes. Because of my...
Of your stunt?
Never Trust Tango.
Crazy Pete is going to roll his athletics. Which is a 4.
Oh, man.
So
2 for the gun, right? 2 for the gun?
+2 for the gun. So you are at a total of 9 versus that 4. You let loose a couple of shots right to his neck. There is chaos that ensues as he takes 5 shifts of damage.
And I'm going to whisper to him as he's starting to take those first shots and be like, the cleaners, you shouldn't have fucked with them.
Who do you...
fuck with my friends. Ever.
Who do you pass it to? Who's the next person to go in this conflict?
Oh my god. Here's who I'm going to pass it to. Because I don't know. Because I'm chaos.
You've got him and you've got his 3 goons.
Oh, okay. I was going to say Luke because Luke is still out there.
Luke's in the club.
Yeah, but he's a wild shit. Okay. All right. I'm going to pass it to him.
To him.
Yeah. As I'm looking him in the eyes and I just shot him right in the throat.
Yeah. You pass it to him.
I'm a wild motherfucker at this point.
is going to
Wild-eyed.
concede this conflict and escape.
Okay.
He's going to leave this conflict. His goons, like 2 of them, tackle him into this club, into this car, this waiting car, and he's bleeding and sort of choking. And but you can see he has this look in his eye that is not a good look. It is a look.
I don't give a shit. I'm going to point
anger.
the gun at them as they're doing that. I'm going to start saying, and this would be like that wild shots or whatever at the car.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to be like, it's like, you fucked with the wrong people. And you think you own this town? You don't.
And as you yell, one of the goons lets off some gunfire. Like, it doesn't hit you.
No, of course not, because this is a movie moment. Yeah.
And Crazy Pete is pushed into the back of this car, and he tries to yell at you, but he can't because his throat is hit.
Because his throat's got a gunshot in it.
And the car careens off into the midday with blood on the streets. And
I'm going to go over to the guy he shot. Is that guy dead? Real dead?
Would you like it depends on the fate point. If you spend a fate point, he's not. If you don't, he is.
I don't have any fate points left. I think we only have we have 2 fate points as a group. What do you guys think?
So
I'm
he
asking
came
the
here to
group.
talk to us,
Yeah,
which means he would have had information.
Yeah. And
Do it.
cleaners
Do it.
are-
Throw it. Throw the
clean-
fate point.
Regina would
cleaners-
shake him till he gave it anyways. Like if he was
All
dead,
right.
the first thing she would have done is ask him information.
If-
If it
if
means
you-
anything
if
to
you-
Regina,
if you could spend one
question
of
the
our-
hell out of him.
Yeah, if you could spend one of our fate points, I'm going to look down at this guy, and this is that cinematic moment where I'm looking down. It's like, hey.
And he's coughing up blood, and everybody on the street is freaking out at this, like, because somebody just like machine gunned somebody right in the middle of the street. There's like a gunfight right in the middle of Montmartre.
You're going to be okay. You're going to be all right. We're going to get you to somebody, all right? What did you come here to tell us? What did you come here to tell us? Tell me.
The Duke is calling in his favor. Jules owes him a favor. The Duke is calling in a favor.
The Duke. My God.
And he
Alright.
passes out from blood loss. And
I'm
the
gonna start
Duke, you know, is
wrapping
the
him up.
head of the cleaners.
Yeah. Calling in a favor.
And that's what
I'm
we
gonna
call
look
it for
over.
tonight.
By the way, are
Yeah.
there other cleaners there?
No, it was just him. He's just like a low-level courier coming into
Yeah, messenger boy.
messenger boy.
The last of it, I would love it if,
by the way-
if the sun's going down as like Tango is taking this cleaner like by the hands,
Yeah.
both of, like wrapped up, whatever, and taking him into brick tops.
And when you do, Luke sees this person who is a friend of his.
Yeah.
Because
He's gonna
Luke
put him
was a
on the top
member
of
of the cleaners.
Yeah. And Tango's gonna put him on the top of a table.
And Luke stands there in shock, seeing a friend of his bloody. And he's been through a hard day. And he looks up and he says, I should get,
Yeah, Luke, you should get help. Somebody, anybody, you know anybody?
Dr. Roth?
Dr. Roth. Get Dr. Roth. You want to save a man's life? You get Dr. Roth. And by the way, Luke, look me in the eyes. This moment. You know what I did tonight? You know what I did today? Friendship. Honor. You protect that shit, right? That's what this is. All right? He took bullets for us. Us, Luke. And I went out there and I shot a man in the neck for us. I know it's a lot to take in, but you need to find us a doctor because we're going to take care of our friends because that's what we do. We take care of our friends. All right? Something you take from this. So your friends, the ones you love, the ones you trust, you take care of them, right? Well, we're going to take care of this man.
And he
Like,
runs
I'm
to
gonna
the
take care of
back
you.
to get the bicycle to head off.
Yeah.
And this cleaner, who was one of his friends, is on your countertop, bleeding. You think you'll be okay, but it doesn't look great. And out in front of the police station, you three are waiting, wondering to see if maybe Luke will emerge. And it's sort of quiet, and the place seems calm. There are people walking by. And as you're about ready to leave, it's unclear. You recognize him. Utopia. Thank you. You recognize him, Sylvie. It's the chief of police.
Ugh.
And he steps out, but he doesn't step out alone. He steps out with someone. He's grabbed someone by the scruff of his collar, and he's got a man that he is pushing out of the police station, a police officer, and he pushes this man out of the police station. And
Do I recognize that guy?
It is. Give me an awareness to let me know if you do. It's about your memory.
Fair.
Briefly, you saw him inside the police station. It was very brief. You wouldn't have remembered him, but it was the other person you remember. You remember when there was a guy who said, "The boy confessed"?
Yes.
This wasn't the guy who said that. This was the guy that he was talking to. You remember he had a smug look on his face. He said something to the fellow, and then that fellow announced to everyone that the boy confessed. And this chief of police has got that guy with the smug face, and he pushes him out of the police station, and he rips the man's epaulets, his rank, off of his uniform.
Ooh, someone's in trouble.
And he says...
Sylvie says that.
And he says, this chief of police, angry, clearly furious, this man, the chief of police looking at this guy, and he says, "You disgrace your profession. First off, it was not your place to announce anything. You could have come to me before you announced this false confession that you clearly got under duress. To me, I am now the prefect of police. I may be new, but you have no respect for authority, and you clearly pushed that young boy to confess some kind of false confession. You are fired. I don't want to see you anywhere near this place again."
How
Get
far
out of
away
my
is
face.
this?
20 feet. You're
20
across the
feet.
street.
Across the street. What's the new chief of police's name again?
Bussiere.
Bussiere.
Mm-hmm. And he is livid. You can tell this chief of police is livid. He is so angry. And the man that he just fired in the street is also very angry. Very angry.
Sylvie is going to be like, "Bussiere! Hi!" And
You two see it. You two see him, Sylvie, going towards this chief of police.
She's going to wave at him and she's from where she's standing, she's going to wave and yell and then she's going to trot over there.
Do I see this happen?
Yes, you do, because she is loud.
I leave.
She's real loud.
I leave. I do not need to be on site. I take a few pictures and I leave.
Regina, you leave. Oscar, what about you?
Oscar is, somewhere in the vicinity of 15, 20 feet away, just arms crossed, leaning up against his bike, within.
He's not clearly with Sylvie. She's just doing her own crazy thing.
So, Sylvie, for that, you're going to get a fate point because you just self-invoked your trouble.
I have 4 from conceding before. I feel
Now
like
you
that
have
wasn't
5.
enough. Sylvie needs more.
And I will say, you don't get to speak to him, I'm afraid, because the other man, the one who's fired, sees you, walks up to you, intercepts the move, walks up to you.
Mm-hmm.
And Busia clearly does not necessarily want to be seen with you right now because there's a lot going on. And he walks up to you and he says, I know, and you will pay for getting me fired.
What do you know? That I'm one of the greatest jazz singers in this city?
He spits in your face.
Sylvie has had worse. That is disgusting, and I'm not impressed.
Tell me, I have one question that I need to ask. Oscar.
He's punching the guy as hard as he can across the face. That's the question
I just wanted to know. I just wanted to know if you were going to do anything or not. Roll fight.
Oh, if it's a brawl, Sylvie's in on it.
Roll fight.
If we're brawling, like.
Superb.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Wait, Sylvie wants to help. Can she kick him?
You have to go in order.
Oh.
He gets to go first. How do you take him out? Do you kill him?
Oh, no. This is a shot designed to detooth this man. He is going for the fronts.
Yeah.
He is going to, in boxing, it's the humiliation shot.
Yeah.
And he's just, bam. Just a reminder. An attention getter.
Oscar comes out of nowhere, punches this guy, and he goes down like a sack of bricks, and he's on the ground in front of the police station. A couple of teeth.
He's just down.
Oh yeah, he's
he
out.
passed out.
He is out. He's out.
Sylvie's gonna kick him anyway, just because. He spat in her face. That's nasty.
So that fate point I gave you, I think that you can't stop kicking him. I think you've got a lot of consequences right now that put you on edge and a bundle of nerves. And I think that perhaps holding yourself back might be difficult for you.
You know, I've racked up a great number of fate points. And you know what? She is not impressed by this fool. She is going to kick him once.
All right.
And she's going to put her cigarette out on the top of his head.
Give me your fate point.
I will give you one of these
Please do.
fate points that I've amassed. That is for you.
Thank you. I will take it. I'm going to ask this one last question. Oscar, do you tell the rest of the crew sooner or later?
Well, not knowing that there was a gunfight in front of Bricktops, I'm going to say his intention is to reveal sooner than later for their own safety.
Okay. In that case, we're going to have to start the next session with that conversation. Because I was going to just, skip forward 2 weeks, but I imagine you don't want to let it wait 2 weeks.
I'll do whatever you'd like. Yeah.
No. I mean,
if the opportunity presents itself after the gunfight at the Bricktops Corral, we can always.
I will just note that the police do not come at all. The police do not get involved in that gunfight at all. No one comes around. No one investigates. No one says or does anything at all.
Honestly, that might be for the best.
But whatever
I'm a little
happened,
suspicious right now.
Crazy Pete just shot somebody in front of a lot of witnesses, and nobody says anything or does anything. Hannah Roth patches up that fellow. That's what she does. I'm going to put you, I think, late at night, Sunday night, because I think we can maybe do this before we go. It's Sunday night, and I imagine you're all back at the bar. It is now closing. And I will give you the one last scene, and then we can skip forward 2 weeks, I think.
That being said,
yeah.
part of this Langlo was doing it after delivering the radio. So
Yes.
can we make sure we get the radio to the communists?
100%.
Okay,
That's
cool.
what you were doing.
That was like a big thing.
No, you have a long day. Like you had a very long day to do that.
I think I delivered it in a wine barrel.
Yes.
Like in the barrel to them. Yeah. I have just a little note on it.
You don't get to meet Mother Courage, but you see Elodie, who's met you before. And she's...
Oh, I have very little to say to Elodie.
No, but... But she's friendly, you know.
Of course she is. She was friendly the last time I pointed a gun at her face.
You see the tailor shop where they work. You know, it's like they seem to be fairly busy.
Set up.
Yeah. But you have radios delivered to the sewing circle. You have some information.
With the extra piece that I planned to go with it?
Yes.
Okay.
But you find yourself in the club at night, knowing only that the Duke is going to want something from you. There was a gunfight, and it was a good night. It was a good night. People enjoyed themselves singing and dancing, and I'm sure. And Luke was there as the barback. He came to work. And it is the end of the evening when people have left. He also kind of didn't talk to anybody. He was very embarrassed. But
Regina would not have let that stand.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as soon as he would have...
there's none of that. Regina would, when we walk in and see him, there would have been hugs and like massive amounts of unexpected tears.
When Sylvie sees him, she would have instantly mother hen over him, just like fluffing his hair, or whatever, and would have just been like messing with his clothes.
He was not expecting that. He was
over him and just like looking at him and like checking his face and
He's the long thing where she actually has she got the cloth
absolutely. She's just like, oh, and what is this?
He clearly is the worst for wear of some kind of interrogation that was rough.
What did they do to you? Oh, you sweet thing. Hang on. What do you need a drink? Do you need some whiskey? Do you want some whiskey, Luke? Is someone here to stop this from happening, or is this just
Regina would
he just wants to
she's
work.
Overwhelmed watching it.
Tango's gonna be covered in blood, by the way.
Yeah, Tango's covered in blood.
He's gonna he's gonna be drinking a drink and be like,
oh, this is all gonna happen before the bar opens. That's where it is. It's before the bar opens.
I'm just gonna go and just like, and the last line is gonna be like, why the fuck did someone gun down the cleaners in front of our bar?
Sylvie's gonna take a napkin and just like lick it and just start like trying to clean the blood off.
Switch person, switch people.
You poor thing. Oh,
my banana shirt is ruined.
No, we'll fix it.
I'm sorry.
Oscar would go up to Luke.
Sorry.
When there was a moment, and he would just kind of lean down to the boy and say, "You sang your song well."
I didn't tell anyone about any of you all.
That's why it was a good song.
You did so well. Sylvie's gonna come back and just like, she's gonna head into bosom, just like, oh, you did such a I was so worried about
I'm gonna be honest. At this point, Regina leaves. She leaves. She goes home.
Luke looks to you and he goes,
no.
He's giving you a look as if he wants to tell you something.
Please save him from this.
Regina has no idea how. She simply says, lunch tomorrow.
Wait, no. I'm sorry. Here. And she just like takes and just like shoves him at Regina.
Everyone stop. Luke, what do you have to say?
I was like,
people are dead. I shot a man in the throat.
What?
Okay.
I shot a man in the throat. Luke, what do you have to say? What happened?
He just walks up to Regina and he gives her a hug.
I hug him back and I look at Tango and I say, back off.
I've had a fucking day.
I have as well, and clearly Luke has too. And the brunt of your misogynistic bullshit is not going to stand tonight. So clean the blood off and get your shit together.
Take care of Luke. I'm sorry. I'm in the wrong and I know it. I'm just upset.
Why are you in
and
the
I'm
wrong? Because you killed a man who opened fire in the street?
They opened fire on the cleaners.
That's
Our
great,
allies.
and we will deal with that. But Luke just got back. I was thinking maybe we could all sit down for a second.
You're right. I'm just upset and jittery and anxious.
How is the cleaner?
Alive for now.
Is Hannah there?
Hannah's downstairs working on the cleaner.
Working on
Yeah.
You can go down and look for yourself if you'd like.
Sylvie's gonna be getting drinks for everybody. Like, it seems like a moment. She's just gonna go ahead and get drinks and like set them in front of everybody who's in the room.
Luke.
Why are things happening right in front of the brick top right now? What's going on? Does anybody know?
No, you were the only person that seemed to see it. And I'm not exactly sure whose blood is on you. Is it
Do you
just
know
the man
anything about his
downstairs?
shot?
Crazy Pete? Anyone knows about a Crazy Pete?
The name rings a bell.
And he's gonna just shoot an eye over to Sylvie.
I'm gonna need a roll from Regina or Oscar. One of you two can roll it.
What role is it?
Yeah, I'm gonna need. I think from Regina it can be academics, and from Oscar it would be tradecraft, probably.
Does that make a difference that I'm a good German? Okay, there's a 4.
Mm-hmm.
Oy.
Mm-hmm.
Suck, but okay.
That's
That's fair.
that's pretty good. Yeah.
Okay.
There's good.
Oscar, you're new in town. You don't know much. Sylvie, Regina, you rolled a 6.
A 6.
Mm-hmm. You get a +2 for your bricktop stunt about having Falke's records.
Ew, because I've seen this man before.
Oh, that's right.
Or I know this man from his record.
His name was in the records.
Oh.
His name was in the records. He's not one of Falke's.
He's not.
No.
He's just been around.
No.
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 So
I mean,
I'm just gonna
yes,
look over,
he's been around. He's a criminal.
Okay, but what's the catch?
Yeah, why is he in Falke's records? Falke has a list of names.
He's on that list?
He's on that list.
Listen,
But
I only recently learned of these persons as well last night. Last night? I don't know what night it is. The other
We didn't
night,
come home last night, so it was definitely last night.
Do you want to know what the list is?
yes.
Yeah.
It's a list.
What is the list?
It's a list. It seems to you, if you remember from the records, that Falke was gathering information. That seems to be what he does,
Okay,
right?
Gathering intel on.
Interesting. This seems to be you recall a list that was handwritten in his name that had Pierre Luttrell, Crazy Pete. It had Pierre Bonny. Also, you don't know who that name is. You don't know who that person is. Also, Henri Lafont. There's like a couple names. There's some question marks. And it had, you recall things like in prison for 10 years, got let out at this date. You recall, and then Henry Bonny, it was like leader, question mark, corrupt police officer. And then there was the word.
Their cell. He thought they were a cell?
It was the word Carlingrou. And then you recall it said French Gestapo.
They're all French Gestapo. Okay. I let Sylvie continue. Like, I'm processing this name. I'm like, where did I see that? Where did I see that? My memory's trying to
But I have
load up.
pictures of Sylvie is like, this crazy Pete I just shot in the neck. Because he saw me.
I did not
shoot him in the neck.
know this. Well, maybe he'll forget. He's crazy. Listen, I did not know.
It seemed to you, Regina, that Falke was investigating the Gestapo's.
Gestapo.
Yeah, as much as they might have been investigating him.
Okay, cool.
I did not know of any crazy Pete until last night when I stayed over at Charlie's house, in which nothing happened. I went over there because I went to check and see how Charlie was doing, and I happened in on a drug deal. I didn't ask for any of that. And yet I walk in, and who do I find? Crazy Pete, along with Henri, whatever his last name is, who apparently they're the
French Gestapo?
They're the new French mafia who are hanging out and just causing a ruckus and making everyone pay, including ourselves, for protection.
They're not mafia.
Well, apparently they are.
They're Gestapo.
Well, they're very.
I just shot Gestapo in the neck.
They're not
shot French Gestapo.
They are thugs. They are thugs, plain and simple.
I will not argue that with you. I agree.
They are very cozy with the French police. That much is true. That's how I got out of that interrogation.
Tango, they are definitely mobsters. They are definitely mobsters and all knee deep in heroin.
They are very mobstery. But what? Listen, I tried to poison them. I tried. Everything I try seems to fail. But that being said, anyway, we all got.
Is Oscar there right now?
Oh yeah, Oscar's in this room with you all.
Everyone, be quiet. Oscar, what do you have to say? What's going on, buddy? You're real quiet. And
Oscar wasn't there.
I don't care. Oscar may have a freaking opinion right now, and I'll be honest. We're a team, and he hasn't said anything. So I would like to hear what Oscar has to say. I'm gonna just sit here and drink and try to figure out all this blood on my freaking shirt that I just shot a man in the neck. And apparently everyone knows a lot more about than I do.
We haven't had time to have a sit down.
Oscar, do you know about Crazy Pete?
The only thing that I would add is that the French Gestapo and the Gestapo, that's not the same thing.
That's true.
Okay, so everybody knows everything more than I do. So
Tango?
I am very upset.
I walk over to Tango.
I'm very upset.
I put a hand on Tango's shoulder.
Sylvie walks downstairs. She's gonna get a clean shirt.
As Sylvie would walk by Oscar would just look at Sylvie and say, "Fast and loose."
I put a hand on his shoulder.
She just kind of looks at him and then just like walks past.
And I simply say, Tango.
Yeah.
Friend to friend.
Yeah.
Get up. Go take a quick shower.
Mm-hmm.
Cold. And then come back.
Okay.
Please.
And then
Sylvie,
what?
I'm sure we'll have a clean shirt for you.
We don't know that. If you have a clean shirt for
I would put money that I
Charlie, or she would have a clean shirt for someone else. Maybe
at
not
this
a clean
point,
shirt
I
for
imagine
me.
you're sitting.
Yeah.
Oh
sitting.
yeah.
I squat next to you and I put a second hand on kind of your arm.
Yeah.
And I say, Tango, who did Sylvie wake up to next to this morning? Psst, tell me.
Me. Only because I didn't have another place to go.
Maybe. But you can always stay here. And you know I have extra barrels. So
Yeah.
that's not necessarily true.
Yeah.
So go take a cold shower.
Okay.
And just think about the fact that she woke up next to you this morning. And I'm like, I give him that like pat, like go on, go take a shower.
Before he gets,
cold shower.
he's gonna stand up and he's gonna put a hand in her like the side of her shoulder, like, you really are a good friend. You know that, right?
It seems to be the occasion.
Well, I'm gonna take a cold shower. I want to see where my shirt lands, and he's gonna walk away.
right here.
And Luke is going to step to get the barrels, leaving Oscar and Regina alone in the bar. As people are downstairs, going to take a
When
shower.
they're gone, I get the vodka bottle. I don't usually drink in front of them, so that's not how it happens. She smokes. She breaks out a cigarette and she lights it up. She sits at the bar.
It's just Oscar and Regina. Team hat.
Team hat.
They're going to have a very non-chaotic conversation.
Yeah.
A difficult day.
I guess you could say. Seems like they just kind of happen day after day. I'm sorry, Oscar.
For what?
Luke, the entire situation. You should never have had to deal with that.
And you can hear him in the back moving crates of bottles.
If it is any consolation, I would have done the same.
I appreciate your support. And this is nothing to be sorry for. It is
just
some
chess
things that I would have
pieces?
done. I am not the king or queen.
Maybe not. I failed him. Not terribly good with words, if you haven't noticed.
Why do you believe that you have failed the boy?
Well, I don't know that anything that I said helped him. If anything, it enraged him.
The boy is here. He is alive.
Because of your kindness and smart.
This
The
is
kind of
not-
point, like I don't even know what it is, but there's Regina can tell he's Oscar's quick of wit. In wits, I should say, not wit, as in humor.
Sylvie
And-
said that we are on the same team, and so
We are.
this
I
this
hope.
was assisting. The boy needed help.
He did.
I fear that I chose a path. I appreciate your support, that you would have taken the same one. But this is nothing that needs thanks or appreciation.
Maybe not. But it felt right anyways. It seems your chat with Sylvie went somewhat well until she returned. She was in better spirits.
Just theater folk being able to talk about our craft.
Yes, I remember you on stage.
You are one of the few that do.
What makes you say that?
Because the others are gone.
I'd like to think not. All of them.
They are gone from that world.
Well, that world is gone.
It is. There will come a time soon where we will have to make choices. Regina, this is, as Sylvie called it, a war. And the war is coming. Battle after battle seems to intensify as we move further along in this campaign.
Yes, it is true. I don't know that I've never been anything but a soldier, Oscar.
I find that hard to believe.
Why? Because I don't wear a uniform.
No, because a soldier would not have cared for Luke.
Maybe not. But a soldier always cares for his troops. A good one.
If that were only the case.
Maybe. We've probably seen a different kind of war. You and I.
How does this war get won, Regina? This war here in Paris, in the City of Lights. How does this war, your war, Sylvie's war, Tango's war, the boys' war, my war, how does it get won? How do we raise a flag that is not the swastika?
Wars aren't about winning or losing, Oscar.
They aren't.
Wars are about killing people. Their art, their culture. Squashing things. That is war. You cannot run from it. All you can do is fight it. And in the end, hope that you are left standing with a piece of yourself. It's funny. You are a dancer, an actor.
Perhaps.
You're not the only artist in our group.
Everybody seems to be masters of their craft, the song, the artwork that Tango performs, and he holds up his Jacques Grimm papers.
Yeah.
This is all the exploits of peoples that are not soldiers. You, compassion, dare I say sympathy.
On the occasion.
That is beyond the soldier, beyond the uniform.
Maybe.
That is how you will win your war.
When it's all done, what will you do? Will you go back to Germany?
I will not see the end of it.
I break out another shot glass and I pour 2 vodkas. It's funny. I don't think I will either.
He raises the shot glass and holds it there, just his elbow on the bar.
Yep.
In front. What we have been, you believe yourselves to be the soldier. I have been a soldier too. But now we are something different. To our current and last role.
To our current and last role.
And he clinks the shot glass. May we get a standing ovation.
Regina responds, may they remember us.
And Luke, having finished putting the crates away, sort of steps out and he says, Regina?
Yes.
Do you think you could take me home?
Of course. We should go before curfew starts. Do you have clothes?
He just looks at this uniform he has.
I don't call that clothes, do you? I go grab the ones that I took from the man's apartment earlier that day. I'll go ahead and grab some supplies for food as well. Bag it up, and I will walk Luke home.
And that's where we're going to end it for tonight. That's where we're ending it. It is weird. It's a strange night. Sort of Luke goes back to the bunker, and he cries silently. Just a little bit, it's hard to hear him, but he's there when he goes to sleep. Hannah comes in late after patching up this fellow. Oscar, do you go back to the bunker?
No.
Where do you sleep?
He would stay at the club that night.
You stay in the club that night. And Sylvie and Tango, what about you two? Where do you sleep?
Back home, I would imagine.
So you think
Tango?
No, he's going to go. I would say begrudgingly, like it's going to be an awkward night of silence. and climbing into bed and not like cuddling or anything like that. It's just going to be going to bed.
And across town, Luke's mother stands in her garret apartment, completely destroyed, thinking about how to rebuild that place, if she even wants to, or if she
I
can.
think we have a new apartment.
But right now, she's like, this place is the worst. And another space across town, there's a woman, Colette, and she is working late, writing reports, looking out her window with a sense of unease. Somewhere else across town, in a large building, is Tristan Hassel. He drinks a glass of whiskey, and he smiles as he looks out the window at the Paris below him, knowing that he is this close to vanquishing his foes. And Crazy Pete is drinking and laughing in a brothel where socialite Charlotte Dubois also laughs alongside him. And the communists... I'm sorry, I meant Henri Lafont. I didn't mean Crazy Pete, I meant Henri Lafont, pardon me.
I was going to say, man, he healed up real fast.
Crazy Pete is not drinking.
Wow.
It's Henri Lafont.
That's why they call him
Like,
Crazy
I hope it's
Pete.
a gravelly.
No, I'm sorry. It's Henri Lafont, the one who is not super injured. The one who's
Hey,
a little
no,
bit...
if he's crazy, he can do whatever he wants.
No.
Crazy Wolverine, right?
And somewhere else in a space, the communists, Mother Courage's crew, they have a radio, and they think about all the flyers they've put out across the city, and they look to the radio tower of Radio Paris, and they smile. They have got plans. The city is moving, people are starving, and there'll be a very interesting 2 weeks of movement. And that is where we're going to end it, my friends. And so, we need a title. My crew, we need a title. Crazy Pete's not doing so well. He's not feeling great at the moment.
And all done. Crazy Pete's not doing so well.
But he's also not done, and he's got some fate points of his own for conceding, and he does not like...
Crazy Pete is now my new enemy, whereas Sigmund is my frenemy.
He is. Sigmund
is my frenemy. Yeah, I think that Crazy Pete is now my nemesis.
Yeah, and Sigmund, on the other hand, is smiling with the new connection, happy with what's going on, and he's thinking to himself, you know what? In this chaos, there's opportunity. And he's pondering how best to take advantage of the chaos as criminals work for the government and government officials become criminals. And a set of heroes ponder what they're going to do next.
I kind of like Naked Consequences that was in chat, because there was a lot of nakedness in the beginning of the episode.
That's true.
Yes.
There's also just the vulnerability aspect of naked, of just like spilling beans.
Not enough later in the episode, though. I'm just going to throw it out there. Should have been way more nakedness later on.
Let me read out our donations. We had some come in, and I want to name them. The first one was I Love Sylvie Too. Donated $25 and says,
everyone loves Sylvie.
It's true.
I love everybody.
It says, I mean, I hear all the cool resistors and Op4 do, which I actually think is true. Void Smoker donated $50 and says, I sold off some war bonds because Bricktop's Brigade makes better use of the resources than the government, which is true. And then Rissa donated 1,000 bits and says, everyone was terrific today, but these bits are for the heart-to-heart between Oscar and Sylvie looking down on Paris. And then we have 100 bits from Willen, who is, by the way, taking notes on episode recaps for us, which will be going up. Says, thanks for another awesome episode. And I am full of lots of feelings, but I will not talk about those right now. I will pass them over to you all. If you could tell me who you are, where we could find you, and give some love to someone else on the cast, and say what is your goal for the next 2 weeks of as we're going to find ourselves 2 weeks in the future. So let me know. Let's start with a man who is got a brand new nemesis. Good old Stiver. You shot Crazy Pete in the neck, and he is Crazy Pete, and he doesn't.
I did, and
like
I did that not really knowing who Crazy Pete was to anyone else.
Oh yeah, so. And now you know he.
So that was just me handling some shit between like don't shoot at my cleaners, you know.
Yeah.
And but no, that was a lot of fun for me. Team Chaos, what up?
Now you have some friends and some enemies.
Now I have friends, and I don't give a shit. Someone said in chat earlier, he's spiraling.
Yeah, like looks like it. I
don't give a shit anymore. So, anyways, I am. My name is James Stiver. You can find me all things on social media at Holy Stiver. I am a part of a few podcasts, which I'm getting back to producing. Loot and Dagger a little bit more, so you should be seeing more episodes from there. We're about to record some more for Sailor Arcanum, so that's great. And you've also definitely heard me on Northman Request, which Dot has been in and has been a DM in. And if you've never heard her DM, it is an absolute fucking treat. So do yourself a favor, go listen, because
we have the best. I have to say, one of my favorite NPCs ever is Glassy, which was your character's like martini glass.
My character was an alcoholic, really, and
had a personal relationship with a martini glass. He made a papoose for it, carried around his neck.
I did.
It was very personal.
It was a lot of fun.
Really special.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun. We had to actually step away for a second. Like, we cannot role play these two people
ever again. This is done.
Because you just keep doing it. Anyways, if I had to say a personal moment or a good moment, I really do love, and thank you, Dot, for doing this. That interaction between Tango and Regina just being like friends, like just like, hey, we're like, you're like my best friend, and it's like that moment where it's like you can talk to me about stuff, like you can. I know
Regina's like, I don't talk to anybody about anything.
Yeah, and Tango doesn't give a shit that you feel that way. Like he's that aggressive friend. If ever had that aggressive friend, he's like, you're really thankful that they were very aggressive, in that moment of time. But that's, I don't know. I just love that moment. So thank you, Dot, for role playing that, because that was amazing to me.
Speaking of Dot, how about you?
I'm a Dot. You can find me online as Little Red Dot in a lot of different places. Rolling dice, telling stories all throughout the week, literally all over the place. And now, most recently, you can find me over at Cobalt Press. I'm the new Twitch producer for Cobalt Press, so come check that out. We'll be putting up some new stuff. You'll see me over there a lot more, which is kind of cool. Fi. Okay.
Oh wait, sorry. I'm sorry. What are Tango's goals for the next 2 weeks?
Oh right.
So sorry, I did not tell you Tango's goals for the next 2 weeks. I believe Tango's goals for the next 2 weeks are actually going to research for this everything criminal, Crazy Pete, and then probably unravel the rest. And also understand the whole heroin thing and get it all together and be extra upset with Sylvie and Charlie. It's
not Sylvie's fault.
It's not Sylvie's fault. It's actually Charlie's fault. But he's gonna like just sit there and connect all the dots and just sit there at a certain point, like probably the midpoint of the whole 2 weeks. It's like, fuck, I'm going to kill every one of these fuckers. And he's basically going to try to have a John Wick moment, I think, and just figure it out.
Go in and clean house?
Yeah.
Any sort of mass murder is going to have to happen after the 2 weeks, but I will give you a whole bunch of information that you have picked up in your 2 weeks of investigating the criminal underworld.
Because they need to be dealt with. I'm going to be honest. They are just a hindrance, and they also Gestapo, but French Gestapo, but they're also mafia, and I'm also going to be a mafia boss. I just can't deal with this. This is too much negativity in my life. You know, like meditate, you know, light some candles. Let's do this.
And now, Dot, your moment.
Yeah, the moment. Oh my God, there were so many good ones. There were so many good ones. Okay. Other than the shell shock of the like great reveal.
Sit on that one for 10 episodes, my friend.
Holy God. I really liked seeing Oscar take Sylvie's aggression. It says a lot about Oscar. It says a lot about Sylvie. Neither good or bad. It's just like in that moment, and like the need for Sylvie to get that out because she's clearly struggling, and Oscar being willing to like take that. It was just a really interesting. And then the answer being, if you're feeling better, let's go for a ride. I have something to tell you. And so the way that was set up was really I just thought it was really well done. It was really honest to both characters, and it felt really real. It felt very realistic. As for 2 weeks, what I do over 2 weeks. I might have lunch a few more times. As I said, I try to get
with your
that
new
sorted.
contact.
With my new contact, as we try to get that sorted. I sent you something privately, so that would be done. What would I do? Okay, I would take Luke and his mother and get them set up in the new apartment. And get their new identities set up over the 2 weeks. Like whatever they're like using to pose. So that they have a place to like be. Especially if I think that anybody is watching our bunker. She needs to make sure Luke's not staying there.
Luke would want to stay.
I know, but his mother deserves to have a place, and Luke deserves to have a place if he needs to go somewhere safe with his mom. But I have to say,
he would hang out a little bit, as he would like stay over at the bunker. Even when the apartment's sort of set up, he would spend a couple nights there because his mom would want him to, but he would sort of like show up a couple of times.
It's his barrel, right? Yeah. Like, I'll tell you what else I do. There are two things. I'm gonna imagine Oscar never stays, right? Does Oscar ever stay in the bunker?
Yeah, he would.
Yeah. Oh, you will. Okay, good. Okay, that even better. So if people are coming and going, we set up new protocols for entering and exiting the bunker. We set up some like find a back way in. We have sewer access. Some like we gotta better mitigate the comings and goings now that we have a lot of people there. So I think Regina would spend some time like rethinking entering and exiting the bunker, and getting Luke and his mother set up would make her feel better, maybe.
Sylvie. Fox. Tell me who you are, where we can find you. Give us your moment, give some love to somebody else in the cast, and then tell me what Sylvie's up to in these 2 weeks.
Yes, I am Rocket Fox. Hello, everybody. I am, if you look for Rocket Fox anywhere, you will find me, most likely on Twitch, Instagram, and Facebook, but I can be found in other places, like in the dark recesses of your mind. But otherwise, also have a podcast recently that I did. It's about weird stuff. So it's called Fantastically Strange. Check that out if you want weird stuff in your life. For a moment, I think I would have to say there were a lot of really good ones. There are, and I feel like I'm saying this after every episode because there are always a lot of really good ones. But I think I really appreciated can I say a couple? Is that allowed?
Sure.
Can I do it? Dare I?
I'm not the boss of you.
That's right. I'm an adult, damn it. I really appreciated just the being in the scene with Oscar over Paris, just being in that, going back and forth. I also was not prepared for that reveal. Hence, I had to be like, I'm sorry. What was that? Could you just repeat yourself? I was listening, but I just I may have misheard you just then. But no, that being in that scene was really neat, and just all the interaction. Because I mean, I actually had sent a private chat to Greg beforehand, being like, "Yo, she's gonna haul off and hit you in the face. Is that cool?" And just as a warning, so I had a sense it was going to get a little elevated, but like being able to be in a space where that feels safe to do, I think is a really cool place to be in, and where you can see how it plays out in a natural way. But so that also just kind of watching the different cycles of Tango just like spinning through the many different forms throughout the episode. We have, he wasn't on morphine at the time, but in the doctor's office, just like showing lots of emotions and like lots of the hugging and stuff, but then on morphine, but then like real just irritable.
He's not in a good space is all I'm saying. Like, he is clearly not in a good space. He said,
shot a man in the throat.
He
a
did.
Man named Crazy Pete. That's not going to go well. But just like being able to watch these different facets of that throughout this one episode, I think was a really interesting.
Yeah.
And also at every other minute, people being like, "Yeah, Sylvie, how about that gal?" And I'm just being like, "What?"
Regina is slowly moving farther down the list. Like, I believe Regina's actually at the bottom now. Oscar is like one up after that amazing scene over Paris.
Also, there is no moment where like Sylvie and Tango have had a moment just to be like, "Yo, it's cool, man. Just like we're still connected. This is okay." Like he's just over here like,
they haven't had that moment yet. It's just been everyone loves Sylvie.
This is
Tango
cool.
just like, I'm just gonna have a sandwich and fucking
this is great.
I'm gonna have a drink. Everyone loves Sylvie. She can come home last night. Whatever. All right, this is my life now.
And just like all of the NPC stuff, and all the moments with Regina too. She took the whole stuff with Luke way better than I thought she was going to. I thought there was going to be way more anger there, but I was very proud.
I mean, Oscar kind of left, but she's not mad at Oscar. She's mad at herself. Oscar cleaned up her mess, and she knows it. That's why she said thank you. I mean, she felt very responsible for what happened to Luke, and still has a lot of guilt there that's not been brought to the surface.
Sure. I mean, but Sylvie's not seeing that. She's just like, Regina likes Luke. Luke is in trouble. Regina's gonna be pissed. So, I mean, that's the math in her head for that. So and
it's good math.
Yeah. Oh, and what's she gonna be working on? Well, I would like to think she and Tango are going to have a sit down at some point and be like, "Yo, hey, like, are you okay, man?" Like, I see that you seem a little on edge. Like, don't be that way.
Maybe we'll have a nice date.
Just mush the face a little bit.
Maybe a nice date night.
You just need a nice date night. It's been a minute.
Date night with lots of pasta and cheese.
Sure, pasta, cheese, some jazz
dancing,
music.
And like maybe throwing some water balloons out the window at people.
If they look happy, throw a water balloon at them. That's what Tango wants right now.
Team chaos.
I mean, that seems like a fun night. So. But I think that would be like a priority. Yeah. And additionally, putting out feelers to see what Charlotte is up to, because it seems like this is going to be an issue. And I think also on the side, Sylvie's probably going to start trying to actively like engage her connections through the city again. It's been a minute and she really needs to start getting back into that.
Perfect.
So.
And Oscar, dearest Greg, who I appreciate very much for what I did to him well before we started season 2, the position I put him into. I appreciate your good cheer. Who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love, and tell me what Oscar's goals are for these next 2 weeks.
Greg Grimjack, you can find me here. You can find me over on Laugh Love Lindy at 1 o'clock on Friday afternoons, Eastern Standard Time for Aether's Walkway with Trooper. What Oscar's going to be doing over the next 2 weeks. Oscar has a couple little projects he would like to do. One, since he has money.
He does have money. He got it from the Gestapo because he's one of their agents. They give him money.
He wants to, as he said he was going to, he wants to matriculate that out into the byways of Paris and get food out to as many people as he can. This is not in an overt way to set up a network of people feeding him rumors or anything. He's just hoping that maybe that's kind of a byproduct of it. But we'll see. He's not actively pursuing like a network. But the other thing that he would like to do, since Bricktops is has a spotlight on it in many respects, he is going to, and the mention of John Wick kind of made me think, with the weaponry that we have, maybe not the Sten, since they're probably going to be put into play, he is going to start secreting guns around Bricktops, like behind the wood panels, underneath the floorboards, something that when he tells everybody, you know, you come up and you kick your toe underneath
Regina
this board
likes this.
and lift it up, there's like a shotgun there. You know, I mean, he's putting stuff everywhere in that joint, but he's taking his time, so it is secure and it's not something that somebody can like reach under a table and be like, oh, Luger. No. That's not, you know, it's placed strategically through
some surprise guns.
I like that.
Right.
And you didn't give your moment.
Oh, my moments for everybody were the moments of apex emotion, which I thought was fantastic. Okay, we'll start at the beginning. I had one for everybody. When Dot is frantic at the beginning, I run into the shower. Fuck my gun. What do I do with the gun? Runs out of the shower. Puts it in all that shit. But my favorite part of that whole thing was these little moments that slip, that show the passion and the humanity inside the role play. And it's when Dot said, my hand's shaking. And I was like, it's fucking awesome. You know, because I love that, because that just means you're just so fired up about what you're doing that it's just manifesting through your body, and that's the best. I mean, absolutely, when Sylvie lost her absolute shit and was screaming like top of that was absolutely fantastic. I love stuff like that. That was the shot put role playing where just fucking everything goes into it. And then when my man just is like, I'm gonna shoot him in the back of the fucking head. I mean, that's just and I'm like, rock on. I'm like, that's I mean,
we're at war.
I'm just gonna cap somebody, and that he did it, I can do it, you know. I mean, just bam. And I'm like, okay, here we go. And that's when I started thinking, I need to have more guns around Bricktops. Shit's just gonna go down at some point. We're gonna need it. So. But I
look forward to actually getting to be part of a firefight. Regina is never part of any firefight.
Are you kidding me?
You've killed some people.
It's my turn to be
That's true. For as often as she brandishes, like, she's not really firing.
She's killed Falca, and you.
I did kill Falca, but that was also super controlled. Like, in terms of all these firefights that they do.
Don't worry. They're coming.
I had a moment of absolute bowel liquefying terror when Trooper explains, oh no, there's 3 other guys in the car. All of them have machine guns, probably. And of the solo episode I was in, machine guns fucking suck. I mean, they are real bad.
They're real bad.
They're real bad.
And I thought, oh my God, this is, if like 3 of them decide to fire, I mean, this
was it for Tango. I was actually, I'll be honest, I was literally willing to go down for Tango on that one. And it wasn't even it was gonna be one of those scenes where it shouldn't have been, you know, like it felt right, where it's like, it should be more dramatic that Tango would die, but it would be just that kind of scene where, okay, well, somebody dies.
Here's the thing. They wanted to get their boss out of there. They're like, we need to get him out of here before
he dies on the street.
They're like, we can't.
So really, that was a strategic move, is what I'm hearing.
They had to go. They were like, no, we cannot.
No, I mean from Tango.
Oh yeah, because otherwise it would have been bad.
Take out the boss first, then the goons panic.
Because if it had been somebody different, but the goons were like, no, we gotta get the boss out.
Right.
did you have something else you wanted to do in those 2 weeks, Oscar?
Equip. Well, I mean, I've got other things that I'll have to
Just
send
email
to
me.
you that I'm going to be doing.
You probably won't.
And but get the food out, couple bike rides, equip brick tops, and work on supporting Sylvie's performances with whatever I can do lighting wise, or
That's awesome.
And
Wearing fancy boas, fine
Absolutely.
attire, dancing.
Their plans.
End of sentence.
And I'm troopersjp. I'm the GM, and it was. You can find me here. You can find me over at Laugh Love Lindy's on Fridays for the Aether's Walkway with Greg. Also on Wednesdays coming up for season 3 of The Witcher, also with Greg. And then in kind of roleplay for Game of Thrones for the North. I'm gonna just sort of give a little bit of love. One, or maybe warnings. I don't know. One, Tango said, "I need to talk to someone." And you're the person I need to talk to. And he did not get to talk to Regina. Tango needs to talk to somebody. That moment, that one little moment, was like the center of all of the spiral. And I have not forgotten that moment. Regina. Oh my goodness. There was just like this little moment. And then, of course, Prax Notes the Regiment, which is going to be tomorrow at 8 p.m. over at Praxagora Thesmophoria. There was just a moment when all the madness was happening with Luke, and Regina was quiet. And there was just like a moment between Luke and Regina in the midst of all of this madness that I appreciate.
So much shame. They both carry so much shame.
Sylvie. I'm always so amazed at how breezy Sylvie is, but also not underneath, right? Like there's that sort of, there's that deep core. Also, you're just going to get yourself in trouble, and I'm going to take all of that and I'm going to just have a good time with it, I'm afraid.
She just goes where the winds of crazy blow her.
And Oscar, just knocking out that police interrogator, just knocking him out, just knocking him
former
out.
Police interrogator.
Sorry, former police interrogator. He's knocked out. He's probably not a happy person right now, and I'm sure none of that will be a problem.
Elton John, Rage Against the Machine. That's how I dance now.
This was amazing. I want to thank everybody who's donated. Thank you all for being here. When we pick up next week, it'll be a 2-week time skip. And I'm going to send you all a poll, all of y'all, to talk about what the communists have been up to in those 2 weeks, because they will be busy. And, a little bit of what...
They need to be busier than us.
Yep.
And at least look it.
Yep. And what some other people are into, because... Mark Calvé has not been assassinated yet, and Colette would really like him assassinated.
Look, I got plans for him too, okay? But I'm just now getting to track the man.
It is fair.
Also, we would all like a lot of things in this life.
We would all like things. And I will say that Jeanette is feeling a little bit better after her visit from Oscar. She's feeling a little bit better.
That's where, yep.
Oh.
And so, my friends,
the plot thickens.
Take care of yourselves. Be kind. Celebrate the victories we have. And I will catch you all, and all of us will catch you all in 1 week for episode 11 of 16. We are getting towards the end. We're not there yet, but I'm sorry. I should just tell you all. You all get a group breakthrough for this episode.
Nice.
That's it.
I was actually thinking it may be time to change some things. So.
Yep, you all get a breakthrough. And so we will catch you all on the flip side. Bye, everyone.